Nights, a modern-day Vampire Masquerade Chronicles set in the prefecture of Chiba, Japan. Already awake for the night? Solomon, Clan Zemitzi, played by Nitro Typat. Please do a rouse check to save time later. I'm getting hungry tonight. Marcelina of Clan Hakata, played by Larissa Rave. Please do a rouse check. Wonderful. Slip of Clan Nosferatu, played by Vamp__Daddy. Please do a rouse check to arise from torpor. Wonderful. Sato Rin of Clan Tremere, played by Softinomicon. Please rouse check to awaken for your torpor slumber. You're also getting hungry tonight. And special guest, Dave Breakathon, as Kenun of the Gaki. We continue from where we left off last week, inside of the freezer. Sato has finally collected himself and managed to make his way, catching up with the coterie through blood sorcery reasons. It's fine. Kenun has slipped into a trance, staring over the room. Kenun stands casting his eyes across a scene of devastation, over the naked and defiled corpses drained of their life-giving sustenance. Aside from the trio of anemic humans barely alive still dangling over the feeding table, he finds a picture of a large building Kenun recognizes as a building within Edogawa City. As his eyes catch sight of the picture, his memory overwhelms him. The dream of a frozen, barren room with a concrete tower looming over it, casting its shadow down upon it, with men of shadow looking down from high above in their brick tower. Kenun realizes their next target lies there, within the ranks of TID. Dawn is swiftly approaching, and the coterie must make their way back to the temporary haven quickly, else they risk being burned to ash by the hated sunlight. Marcelina, you have already made your way outside of the building. What are the rest of you doing inside of the freezer at this point?
I will have done the gross transformation back into Solomon from the giant battle duck that I was last week. The guards that were killed, are they still, even though they're dead, are they still fresh enough to be eaten upon?
Don't believe you can eat from the dead unless you have a certain merit or feeding type, even if they're recently deceased.
Iron Gullet. I think I have that due to my predator type.
Have Iron Gullet, then you may feed.
I do have iron. Yes.
Then you may feed. I will let you take
cool.
2 hunger for free.
Excellent, thank you. I was at 4, so that works out nicely. And then also, I'm not really looking for anything in particular unless you deem it so, but I'm going to, you know what? Fuck it, it's weird, and I don't have to explain this unless somebody asks. I'm going to begin removing the dead body's arms and taking them with me.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, while he's doing that, I'd like to rummage pockets.
Find various keys, a couple of wallets, bits of cash, amounting to about 6,000 yen in total.
It all ends up in a pocket here, a pocket there. So, Solomon, quick question, buddy.
Yes.
What you doing?
Well, my hold form experiment didn't quite go to plan, so I'm collecting biomass for further adjustments.
Oh shit! All right. Do you need help?
No, unless you seem to find anything, any body parts that seem denser due to muscle mass. Their removal and acquisition would be quite appreciated.
Shiv, do I find any jacked dead guys?
You'll find one that was extremely skinny, but still somehow muscly, if that counts for anything.
This guy's kind of built like Popeye.
Well, any muscle will do.
Alright.
I would say that. Sorry, I was gonna say Solomon is obvious. Not Solomon. Our names need to stop starting with the same letter because my brain's not functioning. Sato, I don't know how long ago got in here, but is very clearly holding his head as he's coming down from a very harsh high. Apparently, he put far too much morphine in that man, and he went to space. So holding his head in here is kind of like, if you need to cut up a body, I can help.
Oh, the sun will be up soon. I'm just removing the entire limbs and doing the more delicate work later.
Okay, fair enough. Oh,
Marcelina is already gone. She didn't wait for anybody. She's in the car. Last we left off, she had paranoia. So, being in this space was not an option. The last thing she said was to Kanun, and she said, "This is your fault," referring to what occurred with Violet and Elias. So she's pissed and paranoid, sitting in the van, who I believe Daisy's unconscious body is still in. I can't remember if she woke up or...
She woke up and started to wander into the freezer. Now she's... Knowing Daisy, she's gone off to do her own thing. Like the wind.
Okay, so... Yeah, so as soon as Marcelina gets in there and sees, that there isn't a Daisy body in there, she will, assume that Daisy's gone off how she, as she's wont to do. Marcelina is actually going to call her contact with the family and give a very brief and, giving the details of what happened, but still being vague because she is using a phone. Just that some new information has been found, should they need her, just to let her know. And she says that plans may need to be put in place.
What information are you referring to specifically, just for my reference?
This situation with the warehouse and what she's found when they went into the freezer, when they first went in, there was the 6 Sabat, the bodies, and its connection to the crown and the blue blood, in that sort of as like a code name of Shading Capraxis. So, yeah. Essentially trying to say, like, things seem to be getting very out of hand very quickly, and I don't know how deep this runs. Plans may need to be set in place. And then she will hang up the phone and just stay in the car.
Everyone else inside like to leave and make their way to the car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coterie make their way
Yeah.
out of the ruined building, leaving the shattered bodies behind them. As they step out, they notice the 4 guards stood loyally by the gate, but unflinching from their positions, and Rolls loyal to the last. The coterie find the same vehicle that brought them to the facility and cram inside the little hatchback damaged car. starting the engine and driving through the gate the guards open for them without question. And as you are on the road, learning of the Sabbat presence and not knowing how big or small it is, and dealing with it, but learning they seem to have somehow infiltrated Japan's 3rd Intelligence Division, the TID. What are you all thinking and feeling right now? Sato, you're one of the most experienced person living in Japan, having spent more years here than anyone else, of course, being a native. What are your thoughts and feelings finding Sabbat kindred in Tokyo and learning of their infiltration?
Kind of, I would say a lot of these thoughts are a little through a haze right now, but there's sort of a mix of kind of offense that they're here in general. Also, a weird mix of disappointment and almost, I can't think of the correct word, but not cockiness, but surprised that, looks like the Gaki couldn't
Hubris.
stop them. Hubris. The Gaki couldn't stop them. Shows them.
Selena, your clan has had very close ties in the past with the Sabbat, closer than the Cambarilla for sure, who stood idly by while the Cappadocians were allowed to be wiped out. And here the Sabbat are attacking you without any hesitation. In Tokyo, a place forbidden to kindred, certainly of a Camarilla. What are your thoughts and feelings right now?
I think that there is a sense of things are a lot bigger than she had been prepared for, and wondering if it can all get dealt with. I think her mind wanders to how the Gaki supposedly have control over this section of Japan, and rule with great pride, and yet the Sabbat have managed to infiltrate and do damage. It did not escape Marcelina how many bodies there were just in that warehouse. She's sure that there are other warehouses full of bodies. Her mind, I think, is very stuck on the plastic crystals, on why those are important to the Ventru and the Keeper of Elysium, and just feeling like there's so many variables, not enough information to begin really stringing any kind of theory. And she's had kind of enough. She's watched one of her coterie mates almost get eaten again. Because and not that she's got a fucking problem with that, because it is what it is, but more so that only happened because they were put in a situation that the Gaki should have had control of from the start. And so while she doesn't give a fuck about these people that are her coterie, not really, they have use and so far have proven loyal. And so she's a little bit, offended at just the whole situation that they've been put in.
What about the premise of... you wouldn't know. You missed it. Yeah, you were in the car by the time the ID was uncovered. So we'll get back to that. Slip.
Okay.
A scene of carnage left in your wake. Sabbat on your island. Gaki unable to contain them. And the premise of having to infiltrate the TID to progress. What are your thoughts and feelings right now?
His thoughts are that they're not going to be able to just walk in there and just start killing people at the TID. So he's got to tell a group that heavily improvises on a plan and sticking to it. So he's just trying. He's like rehearsing what he wants to say and how he wants to try to maneuver them that way, because turning into a flesh Gundam is not going to work at the TID. Worked great here, but they cannot just start shooting. And Marcelina loves to shoot. So he's a little nervous, but he's just fidgeting right now.
Solomon, out of the entire coterie, your clan has the most historical, strongest ties to the Sabbat. And here you have found a small group of them, not only operating within Tokyo without any kind of issue until you came along, but having infiltrated the TID. And you have to deal with this. You're not exactly a frontline soldier, but you're not afraid to get your hands dirty for other people's. What are your thoughts and feelings right now?
I'm a bit tunnel visioned at the moment, because I feel like any kindred in their right mind in this situation would probably be going through the same thought process Slip is going through. But Solomon just had to field test his idea with little to no preparation, and it worked, but not at all how he expected. And so he is also murmuring to himself, but while murmuring, he is furiously writing down and erasing and adjusting sketches in his notebook, while also pulling out a marker and taking the arms and limbs and whatnot that he collected and has begun drawing those surgery lines on the skin in preparation for what he will do probably the next night. Hopefully, whenever we get back to where we're staying here in Tokyo, there is some kind of refrigerator. But yeah, for the most part, that's about it.
Marcelina will really quick. Marcelina will like as we get closer to the temporary haven itself. Marcelina will stop at like a convenience store or whatever and get those big bags of like crushed ice and just load it into the van because she catches the limbs when he's marking them, and just in preparation, then gets back in the car and continues driving.
Yes, that's most important. Thank you very much, Marcelina.
Kenun, you've had an interesting impression of the coterie so far. They seem to have been successful on the first step of the operation, but here on your island, in your city, you have found Sabbat. Kindred operating without any authorization to do so, certainly without the daimyo's permission. And now you have to infiltrate the TID, it seems. What are your thoughts and feelings right now?
A very calm and centered rage. They are not welcome here. These sons and daughters of Cain have no regard for the cycle. These invaders are the reason why everything's been going to crap.
Absolutely.
It's basically all that's in his head right now. Just that flavor of anger simmering there underneath the calm facade.
And as the car drives through Tokyo, making your way back to your haven in Edogawa City on the edge of Tokyo, is there anything you would like to talk about?
So, we're going to have to deal with the fact that we are going to have to be very, very careful when we start fucking around near TID assets. To be absolutely clear.
Marcelina, because we're closer to the haven, she actually suddenly breaks and turns around completely and goes, "I'm sorry, what did you say? The what?"
Right. You
The next stage of our errand has made itself apparent to us.
somehow the Saturday morning cartoon sect of us have infiltrated the TID. You hate to see it, I cry every time. We gotta be careful.
And she'll proceed to start driving again. As flavor, right? Her eyes have gone completely black. And ST, if you'll allow. It's not like the arms or anything like that, but there's just this little aura of darkness that has sort of come over her. Almost like a manifestation of her rage. But shadows. She says nothing.
The actual shadows themselves, the darkness itself, would be more attracted to you, especially as you even just flick on Eyes of Oblivion for black eyes. It would be a natural reaction to darkness, as the Sombra are partly made of oblivion. And they're metal as fuck.
So yeah, you guys would just see I think especially the coterie Solomon would know oh, she's really mad. Just based on the silence, probably a little bit of that shadow appearing. Just knowing maybe tonight don't fuck with Marcelina or else everyone's fucking dead, So.
Be a good thing that Elias isn't quite here yet then. The car pulls up outside the temporary haven. Each of the kindred get out of the vehicle and pass by the mailbox that seems to have been used in their absence and indicates that a new letter has arrived.
Slip will go get that so Marcelina doesn't have to, or anyone else, really.
Smart move. Would you like to read the note now or wait until you're inside?
No, he's gonna screen this now before he brings this to anybody.
Note reads, Kenun is to take you to acclimate a new member of the Gaki. You are to go to the house... No, you are to go to Edogawa sewage plant. It is where the body was disposed of. Go to the bank of the Naka River. Placate the newly arisen. It is likely to be confused near feral upon reawakening. What you see when it arises is to be kept strictly to yourselves. And the note contains the address for the sewage treatment plant near the Naka River.
Oh, fuck. He brings this note to Kenun in case they are not privy to this information. Regardless, they seem like they need it first. Excuse me, Kenun.
Yes.
If I may approach, I have something I think you will be interested in.
Kenun just waits.
Here you are.
Glances at the note. Nods. Hands it back.
Excellent. Okay, I will pass this on to... I will keep this for now. Puts it in his pocket.
Yeah, the minute Marcelina entered the house, she doesn't speak to anyone, just goes straight to her room, which she is sharing the closet space with Slip and Sato, but doesn't say anything, but, it just goes straight to the room. I am going to make Yeah, I'll send a message actually to my ghouls. Simply checking up on them, making sure that they're okay. Letting them know that I am away on business for a few days to remain with Elias's friends, and they would know I'm, referencing his herd. By the time, if anyone comes into the room, they would see Marcelina is laying down with a gun in her hand, and she is like clicking the safety on and off, staring at the ceiling.
And just so you know, you'll get a message back from your ghoul. One of them saying, house is well. We are glad that you are well. We are looking after ourselves. We have refused all invitations from Elias's friends to join in with the orgies and rampant drinking, and have behaved ourselves as well as we can.
Make a mental note that Elias's herd is having orgies, but I don't say anything.
Anything anyone would like to talk about among yourselves before you settle in for your day rest?
If Elias is there, he would be horribly beaten and battered and probably just immediately gone.
Elias, your composure or your resolve, whichever is higher, and add it to your willpower tracker, but do not exceed your maximum willpower.
Okay.
You may slake one hunger. And would you like to heal?
Can I still slake a hunger even though I don't really have the ability to feed at the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
And would you like to heal?
I would like to, but I don't want to risk spending the hunger.
As you wish. Then everyone settling in for the day sleep.
Yeah.
Gotri, settle in. Oh, please.
Slip is not going to simply enter Marcelina's space right now. He's going to knock on the door frame.
She knows that he's out there, and considers saying like saying don't come in, but she come on in.
He'll, pull the door open, poke his head in. Hey, there's 3 other closets if you just need some space.
Go ahead.
Excellent,
Won't
thank you so
bother me
much.
none.
And then he will full scuttle into the closet and shut the door.
And Sato will speed walk after him.
Oh god.
When they're not looking, as their backs would be to her, she is like this, kind of laying back, and she just starts following after them with the gun, and then just returns back to clicking the safety on and off.
And Elias, please do your rouse to awaken for the day, for the night ahead of you. Wonderful. You're getting lucky. The coteries settle into the haven and find some appropriate sleeping spots, waiting out the hot and humid Japanese day. They awaken early in the night to meet downstairs, finding that Slip has already awoken as early as possible, and has a large box that emits scratching, scurrying noises, but clutches it close to his chest, as everyone gathers around and takes a seat at the elongated kitchen table. What would you like to talk about, or do?
Elias?
Yes, yes, Slip. How can I help you?
Quite the opposite. Well, maybe you can help me. You can help me by, please, taking this. And he'll hand him the box.
Oh, Wonderful. Is this a gift? Should I open it?
It's food.
Elias will open it up and look inside.
You'll probably find 3 or 4 scurrying, large, almost badger-sized fat rats.
Now, question, Shiv. As a consensuous feeder, is it okay to feed off of rats and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your feeding type
Okay,
is just your
'cause-
preferred feeding method. You are perfectly able to feed in other ways.
That's fair. Okay. In that case, well, this isn't exactly what I'd prefer, but I am certainly starved, and I certainly appreciate your gracious offer of food, and I will accept. And Elias will start chowing down.
Elias cracks a neck on 3 of the rats, one by one, squeezing them as if they were some sort of plastic drinking bottle and draining each one of blood, until the last one is held up in his hand, and he almost hears it squeak out, "I don't consent!"
Watches like a pleased grandma watching someone eat like a fat stew or like a fresh apple pie. He's like, yes, of course, yes.
Elias, you may slake 2 hunger for consuming 4 rats. Unless you have the efficient eater merit.
I do not. It'll just be half for each. Thank you, sir. That's exactly what I needed.
Yep, I can get you more some other time. Like, probably not right now, but I'm willing to help, you know.
I certainly appreciate it.
Marcelina she came downstairs. One hand was the magazine of one of her guns and gun in one hand, and then a handful of bullets. And she set them on the table and is like slowly loading the magazine while looking at the group. Right. So, tell me about the TDI, is that what they were called?
PID.
TID, thank you. TID. What is it?
They're like Diet Second Inquisition.
And Oon, who has been meditating over in the corner without opening his eyes, just speaks. They are a bunch of over-eager children who play with shiny metal toys. They feel too many bloodless devils walk upon these shores of late. You sons and daughters of Cain have caused my people many problems.
That too. So, I know 2 things super specific about them, other than the fact that they are funded loosely through Second Inquisition. They do get a paycheck from those guys. They've got 2 things you might want to keep an eye out for. So if you see drones flying around, be wary, because some of them have got like fucking X-scopes and shit spot welded on, and they can spot a kindred if you stand too still or don't breathe just right. And then don't go into the sewers. There's like robot dogs down there and shit. Yeah.
They do enjoy their toys.
There's no reason for us to go.
Dogs.
Yeah.
There's no reason that we even need to go into the sewers or anywhere near sewage. Right?
You say that, but... And then he'll take the note and just kind of slide it across the table towards just everyone in general.
Marceline will pick it up and read it. and being sent to go collect essentially a newborn Gaki. It's the same, just, the simmering rage. The black eyes, and she slowly folds it. Says, right. So, which is our priority? Doing this or dealing with our thrift store version of the SI?
That's
If
probably Canoon's call, honestly. He's our handler right now.
Marcelina's looking at Canoon at this point.
At this point, Canoon does open his eyes to actually engage with the group. A newly risen Gaki will be hungry. I believe that takes precedence. The tower shall not move.
What exactly is there a preference for food?
Yeah,
or a
is it
specific type of person? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, is it like always a whole dude? Or is that like just you?
Many regard it as uncouth, because flesh is the favored dish of the newly risen Gaki.
I see. So, the question becomes, do we go out and just collect a few random individuals of the city, or is there a stock that you lot have, or you're going to have to give me some information on how you would like to handle your people?
Storyteller.
I think you would know it's best to just arrive there first, wait for the newly arisen to arise first, and see what he, she, or they may have as a feeding preference in and of themselves. No matter what you do, if you bring a mortal with you, an animal with you, it's gonna die horribly. However, if you are undead, such as yourselves, they won't necessarily see you as food in their newly arisen feral state.
Just so that I make sure I understand that correctly, if we were to go in there, if Elias were to go in there, is he going to be viewed as food because he's more like living than the rest of us? No? Okay.
Nope. He is still kindred.
Okay, just making sure, because I know. And so,
Yeah.
like, Blush of Laugh wouldn't draw the no? Okay, just want to make sure so that we don't have a
good
repeat
thinking,
event.
Good thinking.
Yeah, okay. And, you know where this is. And she just kind of, like, taps the paper that refers to the plan itself, right?
Of course.
Slip, do you have any kinds of methods in which we can maybe have some eyes in the sky? I just find it very it feels like it could be an opportune place for this this group to attack, given its connection to the sewers already.
Well, I could cheaply imitate Daisy's thing and talk to some birds. I could try to use a drone. The civilian drones with cameras on them. I could just get up high and we could use the headsets. There's options, yes.
Okay. Okay. ST, so I do have the headset that he gave me. I want to carefully put it, like, not just shove it into my ear, but carefully. Do I hear that screaming or that female voice again?
No.
That'll be a no. She just, I'm sure everyone could hear the screaming too, as she, like, as it gets louder, just kind of like, well, that'll be a no from me, and she'll put it down and look at him and say, right. So I think maybe drones will be a good eye in the sky for us, just in case, you know.
I can squeeze that. Yeah.
I think in this mission, let's try to stick it together. I'd rather us not get separated.
Agree. In fact, I would even say so much that retreat, complete evasion of being detected, we can try over multiple times. We don't have to go in, stay in until it's done. Yeah, I'm wondering, if you try to put that in your ear when we're not at the house, does the same thing happen?
See, I thought that it was in our former abode, which was haunted, that was the reason why this thing was screaming at me. But it appears to just be with me. So it could be just a Japan thing, or it could be Tokyo, because. And there is a moment where Marcelina goes to start saying something, but then retracts and says, either way, at this point, I think that these bits of technology, though are wonderful, and I thank you for them, are just not going to work for me.
Super fair. I don't have access to my my location A, so I can't just go get a drone. We will have to acquire some. Shopping. I would need to... Kenun, am I allowed to go shopping?
Yes.
Within half a mile.
Okay. Cool. Neat. So, we'll have to do that. Also, before we go, I need your help, specifically Marcelina.
With what?
Up in the loft, I've been working on something, and it's for you, and I need you to be there to sort of test the grip on it.
I see. Yeah, all right. I don't have a problem with that. No one here is gonna... Well, maybe so. Would you be able to give the description of the kind of drone that you need? Perhaps the others in the group can go with Sato and get you that while we work on your gift. Just to move things along. That way we can all come together and just go straight to what we need to get done.
Yeah, anybody here if you're confident about that? Just anything with a good, like a good camera on it. Anybody feel
I've
confident?
got things for you before, so I can go find it.
Alright.
I have no knowledge in technology, but if you want company...
Oh, that sounds nice.
Right. So, Marcelina will take the keys out and toss them at Solomon. You drive.
I'm actually upstairs at the moment.
Oh, you're not even here. You're not even here. Okay. So instead, that's fine. Instead, she'll toss them to Kenny and say, "You know your way around. You can help them find a store in which they can get what they need."
Kenun shrugs and stands.
Delightful. Right, Slip, let's get going. And she'll stand up and sort of wait for Slip to lead the way.
Yeah, up into the loft.
Slip excitedly leads the way upstairs with Marcelina in tow, watching Slip scarcely contain his enthusiasm as he makes his way into the loft where the makeshift lab, Solomon, and workshop has been set up. Marcelina joins him after what feels like an eternity to the Nosferatu, who is standing behind a table with various pieces of small machinery laid out in an orderly fashion, next to what appears to be something akin to a flare gun that's been stripped down to its core. Slip rests his hands on the table and leans forward, eager to explain his idea to Marcelina.
Alright, Marcy, listen to this. You're gonna love it.
Hold on.
So,
What did you just call me?
Marcelina.
That's right. How can I
Yep.
help you?
And it won't happen again. Listen. Okay.
Mhm.
So, are you familiar with, the concept of hydrogen peroxide? We'll start with the 3% shit you buy over the counter and you dab your boo-boos with.
I am intimately familiar, yes.
Right. And, you know, the bubbles, the hydrogen peroxide, destroying cells, germs, and helpful cells alike.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 35% hydrogen peroxide fucking decimates blood.
There is a smile that creeps onto Marcelina's face, and I think at this point Slip will become keenly aware of her true nature. She, with this smile that almost seems like too wide for her face, says, "Go on."
So what if I told you you could combine the pleasures of shooting a man in his gut with depleting some of his reserves?
Do you need help assembling this?
I would love it.
Wonderful. So as he begins to do that, Marcelina will help by just giving her little knowledge of I shouldn't say little, it's extensive. Her extensive knowledge of guns to help them assemble this correctly.
Flip. Intelligence and craft? Marcelina. Do you have a dot in craft? No, you don't.
No, but my thoughts on this is because I have 4 dots in firearms, and so it would be just her knowledge of guns that she was both trained and just her own innate fascination with weapons.
That's good enough for me. Have a +1. Slip.
I'll boost that to a +2 because of the weaponry craft specialization. Five.
Perfect. You will be able to successfully, with Marcelina's hand, of course, fit various pieces together, converting the converted flare gun into something far more lethal and versatile. Though it still remains clearly a single-shot weapon.
So, you have got to hit them in the stomach. If you hit them anywhere else, it's gonna do piss all. So you've got to, you know, kind of call your shot on that one. If you can hit them in the stomach, where all the juice is, oh, it's a bad time. They're gonna get a little more hungry, and if you could hit them just right, if you could hit them like center of mass, like, oh, it's beautiful. You gotta turn that dude's mouth and nose into a foam cannon, I'm telling you.
Marcelina now, is holding this gun and she's looking at it. And she gets really close to Slip. And she starts at the, here where that little dip is between the collarbones and just drags it down to his stomach. And there is this, almost like a wild fascination she has where you, for a split second, think she might actually do this to me right now.
Marcelina, do a willpower roll for me, please.
Oh, okay. I might actually do it. Okay, never mind. I was doing it for flavor, but that's cool. No, that's great. I better not fail. Let's see. Oop. Okay.
That's fine. The overwhelming compulsion to stare into the abyss just to see what would happen overwhelms you for a brief second. The beast screams in your skull over and over, telling you to do it. you are almost tempted to give in, just for the sheer pleasure of seeing this lethal weapon work. But you are able to resist the compulsion, releasing your finger from the trigger and carrying on with your thought process.
You see her finger like go from trigger to outside of it, and she smiles and says, "Yeah, I think this will work just fine."
Excellent. Here's a box of shells. It is a breech load. It's got custom ejectors. Don't worry, it'll clear the shell every time. If you run out of shells, let me know. I can make you more. That's it. That's all you.
Okay, and how many shells are in this box?
Until Shiv says there's no more shells.
Okay.
Basically.
With that, Marcelina will give him a little wink, and she'll just walk down and out of the loft.
He'll follow.
Well, before you leave, Solomon, Slip, perhaps Marcelina, or even if you so choose before you leave, is there anything the three of you would like to talk about?
Oh, where is Solomon? Is he also in the loft? Like, where is he? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just off in the corner doing weird Zamixi shit.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
Eye bone's connected to the leg bone's connected to the red thing. The red thing's connected to my wristwatch.
That's so fucking creepy if Solomon's just singing in the corner.
But accurate. Yeah, as soon as it sounds like you guys are done, because Solomon will have been, while you were assembling your really cool anti-biomatter shells, I will have been surgically removing some of the muscles from the limbs that we collected. And then once I get as many as I think I can, without just picking the bones dry, Marcelina, you said that you wanted to watch me work, yes? Slip, you can
yes.
join if you'd like.
Marcelina is ever eager, and goes on over to Solomon's side and just very silently watches him work.
Yeah.
Now, this is very experimental, and I'm not sure if it's going to work at all. As we are undead creatures, yes. Our flesh is animated by the various supernatural elements that turned us into what we are. Normally, humans can graft biologically compatible muscles from one person to another with varying degrees of success. I'm going to see if I can do it to myself. I have no idea if it's going to work, but I cannot wait. And I will pull up my sleeves, specifically, I guess, on my left hand. I'll start on my left. And I will begin to make some of the same incisions, but being a lot more careful on my arm that I did to the cadaver arms. And then, like, as I'm halfway down my arm, I go, "Oh yes, my apologies. If you're squeamish, I would recommend looking away." And then I continue.
Those of you in the first front rows may get wet.
And I will begin trying to insert physically some of the muscles into the incisions, and then I would like to try and use my flesh crafting ability and my vicissitude and or flesh crafting. I can't remember off the top of my head which one's to myself. I'm not looking to get it. I'm not looking to get any of the changes I would normally get, like dot arrangement or anything like that. But I would like to try and use the discipline somehow to maybe awaken the tissue and morph it into my own, if that's possible.
To what end goal?
Honestly, I'm spending XP to increase something, and I'm doing this as an RP thing.
Then I will allow you to do that for free without a roll if you are spending XP.
Okay. And yes, as I insert the muscles here and there, I just start hand waving, and the skin under where I wave my hand just kind of writhes and reforms, kind of like in those horror movies when there's something crawling underneath someone's skin. It kind of looks like that, and the skin begins to sew itself up back over where I did that, and then I will do that.
Would you like me to do
for a
it?
little bit. Yes, please.
Solomon takes the muscle strands, weaving them into his own frame underneath his flesh, one by one, and watching as they slowly graft themselves into his own skin. After he is finished, the muscles begin to contort and writhe as he moves his fingers, showing he has been successful. Using his own vampiric curse, the wound is able to fuse itself shut afterwards, no longer exposing the inner workings of his biomechanical body.
Thanks, Chef.
All right.
As they begin to close up, Marcelina actually reaches over his shoulder and is like touching his arm as it's happening, because she wants to like feel what's happening. You know what I mean? And is trying to kind of understand it from that point of view, from that sense rather. And she says, "This is incredible."
Damn. You're like a scarecrow filling yourself with spaghetti. I like it.
Well, considering I wrote my thesis on if this would work or not last night, I'm glad it went through with a success.
You wrote a whole thesis about this last night.
Well, I mean, it was a very short thesis, only about 17 pages. But... Well, I was unsure whether or not the occult phenomena with our physiology would play along with the scientific nature of my prior knowledge.
Did you sleep?
Well, I mean, we have to, because of what we are. So when I wasn't sleeping, that's what I was doing. I'm a very quick writer.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I am so good with words.
With the hand, writing it out. You didn't use because you don't have a computer or a typewriter, do you?
Why, would that be faster?
Yes. Yes, it would. You could have bumped that thesis up to a couple more pages.
Well, I mean, but then I wouldn't have this wonderful physical connection, and he won't open them up and start showing you them, but he will start shuffling books onto the desk, and you realize that they are loose leaf binders full of papers and writing, and many of them are like not published by him, but published medical works. Others are more of the occult nature, and then a lot of them are like loose leaf binders full of handwritten paper.
Marcelina, like, as he's sort of, I imagine he's like cleaning up his station. She is like peering through these things and seeing that a lot of it is handwritten. You just, getting a little peek at some Samitsy knowledge. Just get a little look-see. But yeah, if there's nothing else, Marcelina will say, "Thank you for letting me watch," and will begin to go downstairs.
Slip is also going to kind of snoop through these papers. Shiv, at at a glance, how breachy is this pile of books right here? Like on a 1 to 10 scale.
Other bits of it could be considered a masquerade breach. It could also be considered the work of someone with severe schizophrenia.
Perfect.
both.
That's
Not as
That's
not
just-
not, and I don't mean that in any offense to someone with schizophrenia. Just that some people with severe schizophrenia do write some very controversial things.
all right. Good enough for Slip. It's tactically not a breach, which is his favorite kind of not a breach. It's technically not. So yeah. Head downstairs.
And
Yeah, I'll
meanwhile, Kenun, Sato, and Elias have made their way outside, with Kenun taking his position in the driver's seat as they search within a half-mile radius of the house for an electronics shop. Is there anything you'd like to talk about before you find said shop?
Kenan,
Yes.
there's something I've always wanted to ask Agaki, if you're allowed to tell me.
Ask your question, and I suppose we shall find out.
How do you pick them?
Pick.
Who joins you?
Gaki are not chosen. Gaki choose themselves.
Choose themselves.
Tell me, how do you become as you are?
In my opinion, we're stolen away. Some people could consider it saving, depending on who you talk to. I guess I would have died normally if I hadn't been taken in. I have a lot of mixed feelings about how my kind are created.
I see. It is not so with my people. I lived and died as a mortal man. I was hanged and buried in ashes before my starving souls clawed their way back into this world. My body was made whole by my return. And here I am, Gaki.
You know, I think you actually have answered an internal thought. I really do hate the man who made me live. Well, unlive. I should have died in that alley.
As though perhaps you were stolen.
More than likely. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it now. I can just sit back and watch everything go on as it will.
I hope that you find your Dharma.
Elias?
I hope so too.
Anything you would like to talk about with Gaki? Or even Sato? Or the both of them?
I'll blush of life. Okay.
In a hunger?
And then yeah, so we're going on a shopping trip. It's been a while since I've used a camcorder. Do they still make those mini tape decks for them?
I don't know. Such things are beyond me.
What?
I have little use for such trinkets.
Mini tape deck. I don't even know what that is.
That's what Slip is looking for, to video record, right?
I thought he wanted a drone.
Oh,
I assume you all know your business.
so like
Also-
a
Isn't a tape deck audio?
well, yes. I mean, I know they have those Betamaxes and VHSs, but I assume by now they've made them smaller. Everything gets smaller.
Sometimes they just don't look like they exist at all. Look, I've at least seen one of Slip's drones. I vaguely know what we're needing to get.
I see. Well, hopefully, these drones don't use laser discs, because they wouldn't be hiding from anyone.
Hmm. Oh, Lord.
Well,
So where's that electronic shop?
You eventually arrive outside a small electronic shop, the window beaming bright, displaying various marvels of technology, all, of course, Japanese branded. Kenun exits the car, a silent invitation for the other two to join him as he wanders into the shop and stands to one side, allowing Sato and Elias to try and find the target of their quarry.
I'm gonna blush of life. Regret this.
Hungrier. How would you like to proceed on
Sato's-
your shopping trip?
Sato's gonna walk in and immediately look for someone who works there.
No problem, you'll find a fairly young man behind the counter, probably early 20s, relatively smartly dressed. He gives you a small bow and says, "Konbawa," and all in Japanese. How may I help you?
Obviously in Japanese back. Hello. I was looking for a gift for a friend of mine. You sell, drones here?
Drones? Of course we do. But could I interest you in a rice cooker?
No thanks, dear. Have one at home.
Good. It's the only way to make rice.
It is.
What
No,
kind
I just
of
need a drone. Oh. My friend likes to film things, so a drone with a good camera would be preferred.
What kind of budget are you willing to search for?
Well, yes, I want something of quality, but try middle of the road.
You realize, of course, the drone doesn't use roads.
There's a blank stare.
Just an attempt at humor. Clearly wasted.
I'm sorry. What is this that we need to be concerned about with the drones? Roads?
Nothing.
Yes.
Nothing, Elias.
Unless, of course, where you're going, you don't need roads.
Oh.
Well, I'm really not sure. Perhaps we don't.
In the background,
Elias,
Kenun's just
Look over
hoping
there. I
the
think
technology.
I see a laser. You should go look at it.
Man will stand out from behind the counter and walk you over to one of the many shelves. Say, this is our range of drones. We have starter models for people who aren't very advanced users yet. They can be quite hard to control, all the way up to something far more professional, a 4 rotor-bladed drone. I'm sorry, drone users, I'm ignorant mostly.
The quadcopter.
Thank you.
Well, my friend is quite the professional. How much is it?
Well, our top-of-the-line model is... do a currency conversion. It is rather expensive, of course, but we do offer a financial plan as well, if that's of any interest to you.
Just tell me the price and then I'll figure that out.
160,000 yen and 700.
60,000 yen.
$1,200.
I thought it was. Oh my god. Sato does kind of want to just get this over with.
If that is too much, we do have cheaper models.
You all don't happen to be running any kind of discounts, are you?
Not normally, sir, no.
Not normally, but you sometimes do.
For certain customers, of course, yes.
Oh. And what kind of customers are those?
Ones that do regular business here, or perhaps even friends of the owner.
Give me a minute.
All I need, sir.
Oh, Lord. Fuck it. Sato is gonna look at this guy in the eyes. Well, first, looks around. Is there anyone else in the store other than... Okay.
No.
He's going to look this man in the eyes and just say, you know, this is a gift for my friend's birthday. Maybe you could just give me, well, it for, say, half off and mesmerize.
Browse check for me, please.
Be a bad plan.
In a hunger.
Oh no!
And he'll say, believe half price sounds reasonable for your friend's birthday.
Wonderful. And how about we bring that up? I really want to get back and give it to him.
Of course. And he'll pick up the overly large drone for you and take it over to the counter, scan it over with the barcode reader, and manually change the price to 2% of the market price. You hand over the cash and he'll be happy with the exchange.
Okay. And then Sato is going to walk over to the door, roll his
As you
shoulders a
walk
bit.
over to the door, you notice on the wall
Dear.
a photo that has the young man at the front to the side and the rest of the family. You notice that all of them are extremely old. It seems as though the man is running the shop solely by himself, and they rely on the income of this shop for him to care for his elderly family.
Sato is going to look at it, think for maybe about 2 seconds, and then go, and leave. And also call out, Elias, Kanun, we can go.
Kanun sets down the thing he was examining and just kind of follows.
Oh, do we still need this laser? And Elias would be like turning it on and off and like pointing it in people's faces, looking at it.
Oh, no, put it down.
Oh, very well. Elias would put it back on the shelf.
Scratch that mental image. Elias just waving the laser back and forth. Kanun's head just following it like a cat.
And you'll make your way back to the temporary haven. Is there anything the three of you would like to talk about on the drive, or would you like to just arrive back and reunite with the rest of the coterie?
Once they get back in the car, Sato is going to look to Kanun and go, I need to eat right now, or things are going to get very complicated.
I see.
Would you like to go hunting, Sato?
Yes, I require to go hunt immediately.
Kind of. How would you like to proceed to stalk prey? Driving around in the car with Kanun driving and just saying pull over, or would you like to walk the streets themselves?
Sato's going to look to Kanun. Kanun, I know this is a city. Tell me where the drug dealers are.
I assume Kanun would know this and would relay that information.
Kanun would know of at least one, at best, seedy kind of bar where all kinds of undesirables from Yakuza, Bosuku, and just street-level thugs hang around. Kenan would drive the car around, park outside of the bar. I'm not sure if Kenun and Elias would like to join you, Sato, but you'll all be almost eager to jump out of the vehicle and head into the run-down dive bar. Or O-Dive Bar.
Oh no. Is there anyone outside of the bar? Very clearly, like, standing there, you know.
Yeah.
They're a seller.
There's at least one person out there smoking on a cigarette. There's a very rough-looking bouncer as well that he's standing next to.
Oh, standing next to. Is it the whole place? Sato's gonna weigh his options.
There is an alleyway as well that runs along the side.
Sense. Kenun, could I ask for your assistance in something?
What do you need?
I will admit I'm not at my best, and I'm already not the physically strongest. I might need someone to hold down whoever I can get dragged back there.
Kenan considers it for a moment, then shrugs in a sort of non-committal acquiescence.
Okay, at least that's handled. Alright, I'm going to go in, convince one of these idiots to come into the alleyway with me, which probably won't be very hard given how I look, and I'm just going to need you to either be in there or follow me in there.
Lead the way.
Oh, good. And Sato is going to get out of the car, perk himself up as well as he can in his vest, try to calm himself down, and he is going to go into the bar and look for, well, as he's a drug dealer himself, he's going to find the people he knows will sell. He's looking at him going, oh, I know you. You're just like me.
Wits and awareness, please.
I suppose I can't use streetwise, it's going to be awareness.
In this instance, because you're searching in the bar, yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
I'll tell you, yeah, actually, tell you what, I'll let you use wits and streetwise.
Okay.
Because you're probably
If it
using your
matters.
experience from, finding random drug dealers out on the streets,
Ken,
knowing what to look for. Sorry, Ken.
Possibly help point somebody out?
Yeah, you've got a dot in awareness or streetwise, haven't you?
Yeah.
Then absolutely add a +1, Sato.
Alright. And just so I know for later, black market does not include, like, a drug guy, is it?
Yeah.
It does. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have my specialty, so that's +2.
Yeah.
Please, dear Lord, let this happen.
Perfect. It's fine. You'll be able to see around you, out of the crowd, in the rundown bar, filled with all sorts of people from lower walks of life. Eventually, one of them catches your eye. You know, this guy is selling.
Of course. Sato's going to try to change his demeanor. He's going to grab his arm, kind of hunch himself over a bit. Definitely trying to look like a fiending junkie. And he walks over to the man. You don't happen to be someone who can help me, are you?
Absolutely. What do you want? You want egg fried rice? I got all kind of egg fried rice. You need MSG? White powder.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Don't
looking
go
for
through
some fucking
airport with MSG. They no like it.
If I'm gonna throw you over a bridge.
They think it different kind of white powder.
This
Is
isn't the
egg fried
accent.
rice
Is that the
slang
slang?
for Coke?
It is now.
It is now.
I-
It's egg fried
I
rice.
don't think this was the accent the chat was talking about.
There's powdered egg whites, guys.
Powdered egg whites everywhere. If you can
Uppers,
help me, look,
downers. What would you prefer?
A downer, please.
No problem. And he'll reach into his inside pocket as if he's about to get something out. How much and what?
There's not a street name for heroin, is there?
Several.
I know several, I just don't know any of them.
Smack, Dragon, the Dark,
Fried rice.
Fried Rice,
Fried rice.
Burned Fried Rice.
Burned fried rice. I need Dragon, and as much as I can get, my money's in my car. Can we just go outside for a second? I just, please.
Manipulation and persuasion, please. Sorry, manipulation and subterfuge, not persuasion. You're good for the money. I can give you a large order. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you.
And he'll probably follow you out, making sure that he's behind you just in case. And as they step out, he says, you go get the money. I'll wait to do business round the corner. And he'll walk round into an alleyway, out of sight.
Perfect. And Sato's just gonna open the passenger side door, pretend to rummage real quick. Pretend to shove something in his pocket, shut the door, and look at Kenun and go right into the fucking alley.
Kenon and
And
Toad?
it just kind of follows.
Cool. And you'll find him waiting for you. Midway point. The alley is deserted. It's far away enough from the street to not attract any attention from anyone that might be foolish enough to cast their eyes either way down the alleyway. You approach him, and he reaches into his pocket and pulls out several small baggies of heroin.
Sato is going to, where is, oh, I have to question, where is Kenun? Is he just behind me?
Yeah, probably loitering, kind of staying as much in shadow, just waiting for the signal.
Right. Sato is gonna reach behind his back and just make a very clear, like, come on motion with his hand behind him.
Alright, and Kenun just kind of steps forward and goes to grab the guy.
Strength roll. That's for you, Kenon, by the way.
Yep.
Would you like to re-roll any of those?
Yeah, why not? The willpower reroll button, right?
WP re-roll.
Yeah.
You like success at cost.
Sure.
Kenon leaps out of the shadows, pouncing upon the man, and smashes him, banging the back of his skull against the wall. The man slowly drops to the floor, blood seeping out and staining a wall as it slowly leaks out. The man is barely alive, but is beginning to slip into death. If Sato is to feed, he has to act quickly. Kenun, take 2 humanity stains.
Fuck it. Sato looks at this and goes, fuck it, he's not going to even be aware for this, and he's just going to go in with his mouth, even though he knows it hurts them. This man's so out of it.
I'll let you do that for free. How much hunger would you like to slake?
This man's already going to die, as much as I can.
But if you drain him, you will also take humanity stains for killing him.
That's fine. This man's going to die no matter what.
Then you may slake 5 hunger, take 2 humanity stains. As your blunted teeth rip into the man's flesh, tearing a piece of it away, as you pierce a major artery and tap it, feeling the body warm liquid run down your throat as quickly as you can. You leave the body in the alleyway. An obvious wound upon the man's flesh and the back of his skull, as well as a blood trail leading from the point of impact down the wall to where his body lays.
After he's been drained, is what's left worth eating from Kenun's perspective?
If you're fast, you could get a little something.
Because, as my Dharma says, when something appears to be dying, consume it and send it back to the cycle. It would be immoral not to devour him.
Please do a rouse check.
Doo-doo-doo.
Kenun's mouth splits into 4 lines along his entire face. It opens up, revealing the shark-like structure of teeth inside, and he begins to consume the entire body, feeding himself from the very head to the toes. You may slake 1 hunger, Kenun, but do not go below 1.
Okie doke.
Kenun and Sato make their way back to the car to meet up with Elias. Kenun brings the car into life and heads towards the temporary haven. Is there anything you'd like to talk about en route?
While Elias was waiting, I would like...
You would like to what? Sorry, I'm going to assume healing from the rouse check.
Yes.
Okay. Gain a hunger, but heal 2 superficial, please.
So how did your, meal go? Was everyone alright?
Kenun kind of makes a face, though tongue rooting around in his mouth, and spits out somebody else's tooth. Places it in the cup holder.
Elias would close his eyes and then turn his head away. It's a shame that the kind you fed off of lost a tooth. I hope they're okay.
Just keep telling yourself that, Elias. As Sato is, pulling up on his vest. There's no way there's not blood on him right now. And he's like, I have to get rid of this.
He has been returned to the cycle.
See? All good in the end. Ugh. Well, at least I'm full, I guess.
imagining Elias sat in the back seat, happily ignorant. Oh, lovely. Everything is how it should be. Lovely night.
And Canoon just looking at him through the rearview mirror, quietly judging.
Elias probably stopping every so often, just go.
Yeah, I was gonna say Elias would smile up at Kenoon.
Oh yes, and
Yes.
you know a too wide grin is returned. Mouth still just slightly larger than a human's ought to be.
Tonight is going to be a happy night. Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Suppose we shall
so
see.
happy.
We shall simply have to see.
You arrive back at the Haven, heading out of the car and meeting up with the rest of the coterie who have assembled downstairs, awaiting your return. Marcelina, probably looking over her new weapon, Slip, with a look of pride as the father looked upon her son as Marcelina looked at her weapon, and Solomon flexing his new muscles. Hop high.
In fact, as they come in, Marcelina is like sort of basically how I'm sitting now, just like legs up in chair, and sees them come in and just aims. She's just following them with it. But she's not actually trying to aim at their tummies at this moment, but she just, yeah. Just, yeah. So I take it that the trip was successful. Maybe a little too successful? And she looks at Sato and sees his, the bloodiness, on his vest, you said? On his vest?
Yeah. Although now he's about to go put on an actual shirt.
Hanun steps away from the moment for a moment to go respectfully honor his prey, bury the tooth, return it to the earth. Somewhere out of the way, quietly.
Elias, what happened?
Whatever do you mean?
You just walked into the house with two velociraptors. What do you mean, what happened?
Well, we went to the store and we talked to a very nice gentleman regarding drones, and then I was told that it was imperative to start looking at lasers, and I was looking at the lasers, and then the next thing I know, I was told to put the laser away. We didn't need it any longer. I suppose the drone comes with a laser, and then we were on our way, and they needed to stop for something to eat, so I waited in the car, and now we're here.
Okay.
Two of them with less humanity than they came out with.
I think Kenon is in a very good mood today. Very happy. And Elias would smile happy.
But
Sato is going to put the drone on the table and just go, I'm going to wash up real quick and put on another shirt.
Yeah, please. Sato, whatever happened, you can't be doing this shit when we go check on the TID, okay?
Why do you think I ate now?
Okay.
If I didn't, this would have happened at the TID.
Okay.
Also, you and I need to have a conversation at some point.
Okay.
A real one.
Alright.
And Sato leaves.
Sato, you're going to go and change your shirt?
Yeah, just try to make sure the blood's not staining him at all, and then just change his shirt.
Tell us how that goes, please, in great detail.
Do you want me to turn on some nice romantic music as well? I mean,
Yeah?
do you want to talk about stripper heels? What do you need?
I'll go and light some candles. It'd be nice. I'll order pizza for after.
I will say, though, in a small amount of detail, once Sato has taken his vest off and is able to look in a mirror, seeing that symbol still on him definitely infuriates him.
So...
Although I realize I may have fucked up.
Slip.
That health I healed was the symbol.
Yeah, what's up?
What's going on with you and Sato? You seem very close.
I think he ate a dude all the way, and now he doesn't like me anymore.
Oh! Oh, so he did like you. Do you feel similarly?
Yes.
Amazing. Right. We got some humans to kill.
Wait, maybe not.
What do you mean?
So, we've got to figure out what the goal is when we get in there. We cannot TPK the TID, I'm telling you.
Hold on. I might have messed that up. First priority is the newborn Gaki, I believe.
Yeah.
So that first, right?
Mm.
Rather fucking not, but it is what it is. And then we can go kill some humans.
No, we are not party wiping. That's not going to go the way you think it is.
I didn't say we gotta wipe them all out. We'll leave some for later. You didn't give me this brand new gun so that I can't use it.
That's not for people.
Oh, it won't work on people? Well, that's a shame.
No. Well, I mean, you could shoot them with it, but it's kind of a waste of it's for more like, you and I with all the blood in the stomach.
I see.
Yeah, we should try to target the kindred that have infiltrated it rather than any of the people. Simply because it's scary.
I still want to kill some people, but I guess I could use my regular gun for that. Anyhow. So, Gaki, this newly risen one. In a sewage plant?
Don't know. But it being near a sewage plant, remember the robot dogs? Just keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out.
Robot dogs, that's very strange, but yeah, alright. Should I get a dog whistle? You think it'll work on a robot dog?
I definitely do not think so.
Oh,
But if that's the last thing I see you do before they pull you apart, I won't tell that part of the story.
No one's gonna pull me apart, Slip. Don't worry about that, darling.
I actually believe that very, very, very much.
Right, so whenever everyone's ready, we can head on out, yes?
Yep.
Time is a tick. Where did Kenun go?
Oh, he's out back spitting teeth out, I think.
He spat the tooth out in the car. This tooth was just in his pocket.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know what he's doing out there. He's taking a walk or something.
And so how do we feel? How do we feel?
I never thought I'd meet the Tooth Fairy.
Huh?
The Tooth. You know what? Conversation for another fucking day. What do we feel about Kenun?
Well, I'd love to figure out how and why they can just devour entire bodies.
Right, the way
Yeah.
that they just kind of... Yeah.
Like, I've dreamt of doing that.
Seems kind of judgy for a guy that opens up like one of those movies, like one of those worms from Tremors.
Shakes.
Well, I mean, yes, but I can kind of rearrange things and I can eat food technically, but I can't just devour entire bodies whole
However,
and not
there
have
is
repercussions for it.
there is a group of our kind that can, that do. That's how they feed. They eat the whole
It's true.
thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've read about those.
I mean, the downside. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Inappropriate. Not going to say it.
Inappropriate.
now.
We're a bunch of kindred. You just saw him sew his hands back up. Wait, go
Do you
on.
think-
Tragedy.
Do you think Kenan takes like 15-pound shits? Like a full hour long just slot of his night every night.
I thought it'd be more like like owl pellets. Like it just regurgitates it back up,
Yeah,
Yeah, does it come out like owl pellets or like when snakes empty themselves?
Like,
I
this
don't
is
think
this is
so.
the moment where Canoon returns from ritually burying the tooth.
Oh, you
yeah,
eat
yeah.
that
You
much
walk
red
back
meat,
in.
he's gonna get colon cancer.
Yeah,
Okay,
as soon as you walk
Keanu.
back in, it's just, well, he did spit the tooth out, so there are leftovers.
Hey, Canoon. We've got a question for you, real quick. When you're done processing the body, do you create like a very similar to an owl pellet? Do you
Take bowel movements?
that?
Defecation is another word for it.
Stop rephrasing it.
In this case, storyteller, I defer to you.
Does Kenan poop? Let's find out.
You just have to know.
For some strange reason, I haven't personally read that bit in the East book. I'm not even sure if they mention it.
They didn't. Otherwise, I would have said.
Yeah.
I really think, I imagine it's just like a cat. How cats do the fur balls. Is it like that? Do you just,
I, the player, would like the answer just as much. We shall say that Canoon responds with a flat, unamused stare. No response, just poker face, nothing. You're getting nothing from him.
Could you
Oh,
all
well, that's
stop
fine. You're
talking
gonna be
about
with us
my
for a
bum
while.
please?
No, listen, you'll be with us for a while. We can keep an eye out and figure it out, folks. Okay, so
And I feel like
Sato?
Sato needs to walk in right at that point.
Sato. Oh, there you are. Hey, darling.
I will
Ready?
say, at this point, Sato has switched himself into having one of those, the only way I can describe him is, those turtlenecks that are basically tank tops? Yeah, one of those. So he's still showing his, actually, a lot of his back. And, his arms.
Fabulous.
A
I like
half
that.
shirtless t-shirt.
Yes, a backless, shirtless t-shirt. Rat, so you ready to go?
Of course. And one of the first things he does when he comes back is he leans over Slip and hugs him. Definitely choking him a little bit.
They just squeeze back, very confused. The eyes say help me, but the body says yes.
Slip would see Marcelina staring, but like with fascination, staring at this interaction, with a little bit of like a mischievous smile on her face.
Well, Sato, don't squeeze him too hard, or else we'll find out if he poops as well.
Uh-huh. What
Amazing.
conversation did I miss?
Nothing.
Unfortunately, a dead-end one.
Stop, we're gonna get in trouble.
Trouble. And we'll get up and be like, Rat, let's go. And we'll take the keys from Kenan and march on out to the car.
Fair enough.
This juncture, we're going to take a much-needed break while we get every kindred poops. You're the only kindred that poops, and of course the Catholic version, that is pure concentrated evil streaming out of your bumhole, and you should be ashamed of yourself, you dirty kindred. We'll be right back.
The Lasabra edition.
This J-pop scene?
That's a great question. I don't actually know. Just heard somebody talking about it on the way.
It's just pop and rock music. The J stands for Japan.
Oh.
It's not really used, it's not generally used here.
Yeah, no, here I imagine they just call it rock or pop and, whatever their top 100s are. If you still are interested in music, I mean, we can see what's on the radio, but... No, I guess he's not that interested, so the radio doesn't
No,
go.
sorry, my brain went down an avenue that I was like, that's not inappropriate for this moment in time. Like, perfectly clean, not really, that bad, but not appropriate for what we're doing.
I see, I got it. Yeah, so we just appear at this place and wait for this newly born Gaki to wake up? Is that the idea?
Yes. And we do what we must to ensure that they are safely retrieved.
Okay, so we're going to take a feral newborn, stick it in our car, and drive it somewhere?
Yes.
Any idea on where that is? The location which we'll be bringing it to?
Yes.
Wonderful. Anyone looking over Marcelina's shoulder would see her adjust the gun. And so it's still like upside down, kind of like the trigger area right here, but it's facing Canoon. She doesn't pull it, but
Yeah, and there's just the slightest hint of emotion on his face that suggests that maybe, yes, he is doing that on purpose.
Yeah. So tempted to just, but doesn't.
Car drives along the main road, with the song Rhett's Fighting Ruv blasting out of the speakers, with a raised grass bank blocking off the Naka River from spilling over and saturating the area. The car is brought off the main road alongside the sewage treatment plant, a large plain brick building that doesn't betray its own nature. They find a place on the wide roads. That's fucking loud. Jesus. Fuck me, Jesus. They find a place on the wide road to park the car on the quiet road. Now that it is off the main road, there is barely any traffic of any kind nearby. Kenun exits the car as rain starts to pour down and thick clouds form. The rumble of thunder and lightning starts to form as Kenun leads the coterie away from the plant, crossing the busy road and heading up to the steep grass bank, finding a widened and large enough grass platform It forms a protective bank with space enough for the entire coterie, and more to stand and walk abreast comfortably. The coven of undead creatures stand together, unsure of what to expect, but follow Kenun's lead, and await the return and arising of a new member of the Gaki. As the rain pours down on them, the only sounds are passing cars, but broken by the rumble of thunder and the ever-enclosing lightning strikes. Is there anything you'd like to talk about as you wait?
Kenun, forgive me, I don't really know too much about your kind, but has it ever gone wrong? An awakening?
In what way?
Well, no, correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea is they wake up hungry, they feed, and then are sent to somewhere to pick their path, yes?
More or less, yes.
I suppose, what happens if they don't manage to feed?
Many die.
And they're just left to continue on, or do you
Some
all
must
have...
be put down.
Does anyone wake up not right? I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe there's a better way to word it, but does anyone, when they wake up, maybe not follow the pattern?
Without knowing what pattern you assume to exist, I cannot answer that question.
I guess
They do not awaken as they were.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to ask is would we have to put them down should something go wrong? Is there a way where you would know that this might be an individual that can't be allowed to go on?
It is not our place to say. Such will be decided by the Gaki.
I see. Okay. Marcelina will pull out her other gun, and she turns the safety off, checks it, and then is just at the ready with both of these guns, just in case.
The rain pours down upon the gathered kindred, as the lightning closes in on them, striking ever closer. Kenun tells the coterie to be still and remain where they are. Eventually, the lightning storm bears directly over the coven. The rain has saturated the ground, making the gathered kindred senses' shoes sink slightly into the muddy ground. As they begin to lose their patience, the clouds above them begin to swirl and twist around each other, dancing in the sky faster and faster. Two thick, heavy forks of lightning strike down upon the ground like a hand of the gods themselves in the middle of the gathered kindred, separating the ground itself slightly, scorching the dampened grass and mud, practically cooking it in seconds before the standing undead. The ground and air above it seems energized, charging with something. Those of you with sense the unseen are able to see thick ribbons of black and white energy, unlike anything you've ever seen before. Swirling in the air, pieces of ash roll around, forming slowly at first and crashing together faster and faster, forming into the outline of a person. The air hums, the charge becoming audible as the outline slowly gains color and shape. Before you, panting on all fours, covered in the dripping rain, is someone who looks just like Sato. A look of confusion and terror is draped over his face as he takes in his surroundings, finally looking at the coterie, each one in turn, and catching sight of Elias last, and lets out a furious scream of rage, and leaps toward the sewage plant, crashing through the solid brick wall as if it were paper. The storm starts to lift, and the heavy rainpour and lightning giving way to the sounds of screams of pain leaking out of the sewage plant, much like the treated waste the plant pumps out back into the river. What would you like to do?
Aw.
instant you described the thunder right in my area, we got a huge house-shaking peal of thunder, and Shiv, you're a wizard.
It's the type of
Oh, is
immersion
that
we're
what
trying
I
to strive
heard?
to.
Oh my god, it's raining like a motherfucker.
Shiv, you're a wizard!
You're a wizard, Chief.
Marcelina is actually going to look to Kennen and just see, like, what they're doing. Like, are we making moves to move forward? You know what I mean? Like, looking for some sort of direction on what to do next.
Sato looks like they need help.
What?
Elias would look at you. Oh, I'm sorry. The new Sato looks like he needs help.
Wow, whoa.
Hold on.
They all
Can
look the
you?
same to you, Elias? You sure that's the hill you want to die on, buddy?
Wait, stop. Everyone calm down. You mean Kenun?
Oh,
Gaki?
I thought Shiv described him as looking like Sato.
Yeah, no, Shiv described the new one as looking like Sato.
Okay, that's why I was
Like,
confused, because I was like,
Exactly like Sato. Right down
Fuck
to the little
yeah.
mole that you've got. No, anyway.
oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, we
Right.
know about that.
Well, never mind. Retcon what I said, because I was confused. Mm-hmm.
So Ken, your boy's popping off. What are you gonna do about that?
What? Huh?
Yes, Sato. I didn't know you had a twin who was Gaki.
I don't have any siblings!
Yeah, Kenun's just kind of like watching this Gaki and its apparent fixation on the coterie.
No, isn't it crashing through the...
The newly arisen Gaki has just let out a furious scream after looking at each of you and Elias last and ran, jumping through into the sewage plant, and now you just hear screams of agonizing pain leaking out of the sewage plant.
Well,
We need to deal
we
with
should
that.
probably... Yeah, we might want to go
Yes.
after them before... What did you say about the sewers, robot dogs?
They
Kenun
are
just starts
there.
walking.
I follow.
Yeah, Elias would charge in, yelling, "We're here to help!"
Oh my God! Why, Elias? You
Hello,
cannot
Elias.
look at me. Look me in the eye. You cannot do this shit. We go after TID. Do you understand me?
The tide? What
Yeah,
does,
when we go after the titty organization, you can't do that.
Okay, very well.
There
Why
shall
are
be
we
time
going
enough to discuss those things later.
Marcelina is actually hanging back. So while they all are like rushing in to help this Gaki, she's hanging back. He says it's a sewage plant, so from the outside, can I see where it directly connects with the sewer? Do you know what I mean? Like pumps
Not
or anything like
outside,
that?
no.
Oh, okay. I just
It's all
wanted to get
contained
through.
within its boundaries.
Okay. I just wanted to get lay of the land. Cool. So, yeah, she's gonna hang back. She follows, but there's some distance between them, and she is watching them all.
Coterie skim down the steep, muddy riverbank hill and can see the wall
wait,
of the
wait.
sewage plant. Blub, 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 blub.
Can I harness the dragon's breath so that I don't have to slip and slide in the mud? I would like to use that power.
Yes, I believe that was that free?
I will click on the little thingamajig, the details.
Please. Do a rouse check for me.
Chief, I want to be a Gaki. Gaki sound cool.
Fly.
Okay, I
Like
gotta
they can
reopen my
actually
sheet.
Superman
'cause
fly.
the thingy isn't...
That's cool.
Fly.
Okay, now...
wanna
Okay,
be
it
a
was just
Gaki.
delayed. I clicked it and it didn't go, and then it went.
Raise your hunger by 1. And I will let
Roger
you
that.
do it without a roll. As Kenun simply seems to hover above the ground and glide down. The rest of the coterie skim down the steep, muddy riverbank, and can see the wall of the sewage plant has a gaping hole in it made by the newly resurrected Gaki. The plant is silent now, aside from the gush of water and turbines within, devoid of any and all human signs. Before the coterie is a set of metal steps that lead up to the right and provide an overview of the facility. They cautiously and quietly head up, finding the remnants of human bodies. Bodies bear heavy wounds, as if they had been torn apart and mangled by an animal. A brief moment of investigation is only broken by the sound of a horrific, pain-laden scream that reverberates through the entire facility. The coterie quickly leave the broken bodies behind and run up the stairs toward the source of the agonizing scream. As you make your way up the metal stairs, is there anything you'd like to talk about?
Is Ken still, like, flying?
Oh yeah, no, he's not walking up those stairs. He's just gonna float.
I'd like to look around for cameras.
Wits and awareness, please.
Four?
Perfect. This building is rife with active cameras recording absolutely everything that has happened and is happening.
Hey, Ken, buddy.
Yes.
Ken, there's cameras.
Canoon, thank you.
Canoon, there are cameras.
Cameras that also just watched Agaki rip through everything.
Precisely.
You're gonna have to wipe them all anyway.
I'm on it.
As that's happening, actually, because Marcelina is hanging back, is there, because I imagine a lot of buildings like this have one, is there a sort of, like a directory of floors? Anywhere that I can see?
No, it's a very simple white sign that simply says, like, shit, processing shit, chemicalized shit, ejecting shit, control.
Wonderful.
And
so
you're
there's
up
a
to control level.
Okay, right. Well, if that's the case, then I won't say anything. We'll just keep walking.
I feel bad for giving you exactly what you wanted. I'm sorry.
As they travel, Slip has got his eyes peeled passively at all times for any indication of where he would go to deal with the cameras.
I think you'll automatically... You've seen the sign and you're heading up to control. It's 99% assured it's going to be in control.
Okay.
Coterie enter into the office seeing a visage of a man skinned alive, tied by his ankles and left dangling from the ceiling by a power cord. Each of the coterie feel a piercing scream shatter through the undead skulls, overwhelming each of them into pitch darkness for but a moment. The coterie manage to open their eyes again, and to their confusion, appear to be somewhere new. Sato and Elias find themselves in a suburban house. A wooden clock mounted on the wall ticks away, showing the time as nearly midnight. Elias's memories had triggered this. This is the same house, the same time he lost control of his beast and murdered during feeding. But this wasn't how the night started. Both Sato and Elias feel a long forgotten sensation in their chests. They feel their heart beating fast. Behind them, the door shatters, and a large shadow stands in a ruined doorway, roars and starts to smash the clock, table, chairs, and anything it can reach out to. Sweat starts to pour upon their brows, and they are overwhelmed by the forgotten feeling of fear. The compulsion to run envelops them, as the overbearing shadow starts to stalk them. The only way out that they can see is a doorway behind them that leads to the upstairs. What would you like to do?
I feel like Sato's he's gonna react like he used to, just grabs Elias's sleeves and just starts running, and if Elias pulls at all, he's gonna have to let go because he's not that strong. He's gonna start running for that door.
Yeah, Elias would allow himself to be pulled along. Sato, I think we're in Elias's old home.
Wait, you mean you?
It's been so long since I've been here.
Well, let's walk down memory lane after we get away from that thing.
I don't like this place. It brings back bad memories.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Dex and athletics for both of you. You can each have a +1 from assisting the other. As Elias runs through what he thinks is Elias's own house, Elias's legs moving left and right, as Elias goes into Elias's old hallway, up Elias's stairs. Wonderful. The two of them turn on their heels, feel their fear and complete control of them making them run for their very lives, their pulse pounding like a drum 1,000 times a minute, the anxiety in the pits of their stomachs churning, forcing them forward as they run out of the room, trying to outrun the shadow, making their exodus as fast as their legs would carry them, bolting through the well-furnished room, hallway, and straight up the stairs. The sounds of the shadow chasing them, smashing everything in its wake. The kindred get to the top of the stairs, a landing presenting itself to them with doors on the far left and far right. What would you like to do?
Elias, your house. Which room goes where?
It's been so long. Let's try the right door. I feel right about that choice.
Let's go. I'm going to kick your ass for making that joke. So let's try the right door.
Sorry, I'm just giving you XP for the RP, sorry.
Okay.
To the right. The pair run to their right, their feet smashing against the wooden floor and carpet, and eventually break into the room, finding a large bed, barely able to acknowledge the modest furnishings as the door is smashed down. A large, overwhelming shadow comes crashing in, throwing the bed to one side, and grabs out at Sato. Strength and brawl, please, Sato.
Oh, fuck.
Could I try to help pull them apart?
Do a willpower roll for me, please.
Should I roll the strength and brawl now or wait?
Roll the strength and brawl. Elias will be unable to break his own fear as it overwhelms him. A completely new sensation it has been so long.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The shadow grasps at Sato's hand and crunches his knuckle within his own, crushing and smashing every bone in Sato's hand, and pulls him towards the shadow that has glowing red eyes of flame. The darkened maw opens as 4 large fangs elongate and are sunk into Sato's flesh roughly, sending waves of agonizing pain through Sato's body. The feeling of being trapped, restrained, and his body pierced against his will terrifies him. He feels his very life draining from him as the shadow monster swallows every bit of his blood. His final thought is of slip as he looks upon the shadow and realizes who the monster is. Elias vaults through the landing, taking shelter in the room and hiding himself behind the large bed. He watches and listens as the monster pierces through, shattering the wooden door, and feels a smashing, hard hand against Elias's head, throwing him to the wall as the shadow leaps forward after discarding Sato's corpse. He pins Elias down, His large hand pushes Elias's head to the side, pushing him against the carpet that digs into his skin. His heart pounds in his chest as the shadowed clasp rips at his cheek. From the corner of his eye he can see the glowing flame in the eyes. Elias struggles as hard as he can, but even the pure fear running through his veins doesn't allow him the strength to stop it happening, and he feels the razor-sharp piercing teeth pierce his cheek, penetrating his flesh, and feels his very life draining out of him. He shakes, his terror controlling him as his mind runs with memories of a child, a woman smiling, her arm around him as he watches with pride over the child taking its first step, flashing to holding the child's hand, now slightly older, as he lays in a hospital bed, tubes and cables attached to the young boy's body, the beep of a life support machine ringing in his ears that turns to a constant whine as hospital staff rush in. He stands over the grave of a child-sized coffin, slowly lowered into the open hole as the woman cries upon his shoulder, and finally walking into the same house he was just running around in but a moment ago, standing in the same hallway he was in. Hanging from the ceiling, a thick rope tied around her neck and a chair on its side, is the woman who was standing by Elias. He feels his heart breaking and his soul leave his body. The last thing he sees as the life slips away brings the realization of who the shadow is. Solomon and Slip open their eyes and find themselves in a house that Solomon instantly recognizes as a house of British design. As they stand in the room, their shadows elongate and darken, and slowly take on their own shape. Towering over the duo, its glowing red eyes and sharpened talons are but a few feet in front of them. They feel sweat upon their brow, and an almost ancient sensation. Their hearts begin to pound faster and faster. A forgotten sensation of terror strickens over them. Behind them is a door that leads into the back of the house. Blocking them from making an escape to the front is the huge malicious shadow. What would you like to do?
I would like to run.
I agree.
Dex and athletics for both of you.
Hey, guess who just upgraded his athletics? Yeah.
You each run through the house. Solomon much faster and much more skilled as he leaps and vaults over pieces of furniture, couches, stepping in out of the way of shelving units, and makes his way upstairs. Slip, however, is caught in a corner as the shadow bears down on him, looming over him and restraining him. The large taloned arm reaches out, grasping at his face and throwing it to one side, nearly breaking his neck in the process. He hears the stretching of flesh and a pierce of skin as 4 fangs violate him, tearing at him and begin to drain him of his very life essence. He's able to afford one last look at the shadow monster bearing over him, and is terrified to see. Solomon, however, rushes upstairs, hears the muffled screams of Slip being assaulted. It is followed by a few moments later by the large pounding of footsteps quickly making its way towards Solomon, who has taken shelter behind the large bed. Shadow looms forward, throwing the bed away like it were a piece of tin. It envelops Solomon, wrapping itself around him. He is completely restrained, unable to move. His heart pounds in his chest 1,000 times a minute, sweat pouring over his forehead, the shadow's red burning eyes piercing his soul, and a pair of large hands placed in his jaws, gripped hard, and rips out his lower mandible. Searing pain weaves through his entire body. He lets out a gurgled scream as the creature extends 4 fangs once more, ripping through his flesh, agonizing his fragile body, and finally he can see through the shadow and realize the identity of this overwhelming monster. Marcelina and Kenun open their eyes. Marcelina instantly recognizes the room as a living room, certainly not of a Japanese style. Although the room seems wrecked, the long sofa has been overturned. The long glass coffee table is nothing more than a splinter in shattered glass, with a pool of blood spattering most of the larger shards, pooling together in a congealed puddle on the carpet. A tall wooden display cabinet has a door opened and hanging off its hinges, as the other door has been ripped off and smashed into pieces. The contents inside all broken, leaving small shards of glass glistening under the particularly red and white light. Kotri slowly look up and can see the extravagant light and shade saturated in blood that is starting to bubble under the light's bulb's heat. Tied to the lighting fixture that is slowly working its way out of the ceiling is a single arm attached to half a torso, a head missing, and the entire remains skinned. This is an investigation scene. What would you like to do?
I think the first thing Marcelina does is look at Kenun. I want to see their reaction to the image that we're seeing here. Yeah. How's Kenun feeling at this moment?
Can I activate my chi sight here? Is that a thing?
Cannot. You try to, willing your chi to your eyes, but it's as if it doesn't quite ignite. You feel it should, but you are unable to activate the power as you normally do.
Yeah, he's just kind of taking it in. Hackles raised. Not a happy Kenun.
So, you said there's like congealed blood and stuff everywhere. This is a little weird, but there's yes, sort of. So just to fucking for imagery here, you said there's a torso and an arm. Does it look familiar to me?
It is headless.
Right, but what I'm trying to find out of game to you, storyteller, is I'm trying to find out, is this one of my coterie mates' bodies? So if they have like a brand or something.
I'm not trying to accuse Marcelina of spying or worse, but no, it's not like that kind of body frame.
Okay, I just just trying to see who might that be.
Yeah, good question. Good question.
Yeah. Okay. So Marcelina is going to, as she's walking towards this like congealed blood and kind of peering at it, she is going to attempt to activate Oblivion Sight because Kenun didn't share that whatever's happening with them. So they're going to attempt Oblivion Sight.
Attempt to will the vitae to your eyes. You feel it moving around your skull, but it just doesn't quite work.
Okay. Can I feel if there's anything different about my body right now? For example, can I feel my heartbeat? Can I feel, you know what I mean? No? Okay.
Actually,
so
for you, wits and awareness, actually.
Okay. Not great. I'm just trying to understand if my body itself feels any different.
Would
you
you
know,
like success at
because I
cost?
didn't flush. Oh God, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Would you like the beast
You know
or
what?
success at cost?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna take the success at cost. Just because I need to have something to figure this out.
You center yourself, being a lucid dreamer, being a sufferer of nightmares, and being an experienced kindred. Try to assess the situation, work out what is going on. As you do so, you feel the beast burning up inside of you. You're able to push it down into your stomach, winning your vitae around your body, increase your hunger by 1. But as you do so, a moment of clarity comes into your mind, and you realize that this is similar to a dream, similar to a lucid dream, but also very different. This is neither the dream world nor something you would have through death. This is a memory.
Okay. Before I ask Kenun this question, I want to ask: do I have any knowledge, just given the Hakata, my own afflictions, any knowledge of either a kindred or an artifact that can induce this kind of memory scape?
Intelligence and occult, please.
It's not gonna be great, I'll tell you that much. I'd like to rouse the blood, but I don't know if it'll work.
I'll let you do that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We've been successful. I got a 7.
Now
Okay.
intelligence and occult, please, and add a
Okay.
+2 modifier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, +2.
Okay.
You've heard of some kindred being able to induce this kind of meditative state, though it is usually a symptom of higher humanity. Being able to dream in and of itself is a higher humanity thing, but this is more like memoriam, where a kindred can go into their own memories. But this doesn't feel like your memory.
Mm-mm.
You know that there are certain artifacts that can induce this kind of trance, but it's usually something that needs to be done of your own accord, not something that can be forced upon you.
Okay.
But this is extremely similar to the accounts you've heard of and read that are like this.
Okay. And with that, my question then becomes: is it like clan specific that can do this, or is it just like if you have high enough humanity?
It's either high enough humanity. Memoriam is something that all kindred can do. The artifact is mostly Tremere thing.
Okay.
But again, this all feels slightly off to that. It's akin to that, but it is not the same as
No.
your knowledge and accounts.
Right. Okay. Fuck.
I guess Kenun, through his experience with the Rasa power, is it fair to say he's got a similar insight here?
Exactly.
Okie doke.
Okay. All right. Kenun. I don't know if this is something that often occurs with your people awakening.
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. My people, some of us can create memoryscapes. There is rituals that can induce it as well, but it's usually one that someone would have to consensually agree to do. You can't be forced into it. Is that a similar thing for you?
Storyteller?
Similar, but same end goal, different methods.
Now, there's a clan, the Tremere. They do blood sorcery. And they can do things like this. Now, Sato is Tremere, but I don't think that this is his kind of ability.
I suspect there are greater powers at work.
Now, with that being said, there has been some conspiracy that has been going on. There's a Tremere Primogen who is, I imagine, very powerful and capable of doing something like this. Problem is, I don't know how to get out or to find the others. Any suggestions on how to break a memory that isn't yours?
Kenun just kind of looks around.
Wits and awareness, or if you prefer, wits and investigation, Kenun.
I shall go wits and awareness.
Kenun walks over to a sofa that's been overturned and instinctively lifts it over, finding underneath footsteps in dried blood, obviously made after the blood was spilled, as there is only one set of footprints seeming to try and move a bleeding object around.
Really quick, ST. I have unswayable mind. Does that help me at all in this?
It's not.
That's strange. Okay. Okay.
I guess Kenun sort of gestures.
Sorry, Kenun.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, Kenun kind of gestures at the footprints and looks back up at Marcelina and just... I suppose in a case like this, the best we can do is play with the hand dealt to us.
She nods. I'm gonna kick on heightened senses, if I can, to try to at least hear if there's movement coming from anywhere.
Focus your vitae, as you have so often done before, trying to hear that which is out of your normal hearing range. You hear nothing out of the ordinary, although you are unsure whether or not your power has worked.
She nods at Kenun to sort of deal with, the hand that's dealt with us. Kenun, are you experiencing a kind of suppression to your abilities?
Or something, yes.
Interesting. I can't seem to do anything in here, and I don't have any kind of knowledge on what would make that happen. I imagine we're following these footsteps.
What else is there?
Right. Yeah, Marcelina has her guns out, so she's gonna just, she's ready for the smoke should it come. You know. But yeah, we'll start following those footsteps.
One of you, wits and awareness, with a +1 assist from the other.
That should be you, because my wits and awareness is not great.
Okie doke.
Oh, I do have a specialty in awareness, actually, for Sat. So, would that make it a +2 then, for them?
No, just +1 for the assist. However, that's going to be very useful to me in a moment.
Oh, wonderful.
Perfect. As you begin to follow the footsteps, you eventually come across 2 bodies hidden away, a woman and a child locked in an embrace, white as snow. Small bruises sprinkle their skin. There are no wounds upon the bodies, but their hair has even turned patchy white as their skin imparts.
What the fuck is this?
Would they look like somebody who has perhaps had their breath eaten?
Intelligence and awareness, intelligence and medicine, or wits and investigation, whichever you prefer.
Can I assist with if they choose intelligence and medicine? If you end up choosing that.
Yep. I think you have.
What were the options again? Sorry.
Intelligence and awareness, intelligence and medicine, or wits and investigation.
I will go intelligence and awareness.
Okay.
Nihon looks over the bodies, finding no markers, no wounds. Whatever it is inside of Kenun, it unbalances their chi for a brief moment. A mix between rage and sorrow. Fortunately, Kenun is extremely experienced and is able to bring balance to themselves. However, it eats away through their chi. Increase your hunger by 1 Kenun, as you discover that these people died of an extreme heart attack and were, in essence, scared to death. Marcelina, your speciality in sight. As you look over these bodies, you'll see, written in fairly small manner, painted in blood with what could only be a shaky finger, is the word sorry.
She's going to get closer to that. Morse, this sounds like... I remember Elias sharing this story about his past and losing control, and it's why he has chosen the path he has in life. I don't know, so I don't remember, rather. Has he given any, like, clue to maybe where that happened?
Don't believe he's given a clue to where.
Okay.
But,
okay.
Would you like to roll intelligence, investigation, or wits and awareness, please?
I have to do wits and awareness, because I don't have...
And I'll let you have a +1 as well from Kenun.
Okay, so I'm
you
going to do...
You can apply your speciality of sight as well.
Okay, so that'll be
+2
then. Whoa. Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do.
Perfect.
Alright, not bad.
Your eyes glide from the wording and look down as you find a picture in a frame spattered with blood. It depicts 2 men, a woman and a child. The two men have their arms around each other in a friendly embrace and smiles upon their face. You look closer and realize one of the men in the photo is Elias.
Okay. No, so I'll pick up the picture. And you said there's a woman and a child there too?
Mm-hmm.
Does the child look like Elias? Or
Child
look
does
like...
not look Elias. One of the two men in the pictures looks like Elias. The woman and the child look like the scared to death corpses.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And it is at that point you hear loud, foreboding footsteps approaching. A voice, quiet at first, but slowly gets louder as it approaches, muttering over and over, "Oh no, I'm so sorry. So sorry, I lost control, I didn't mean it." Over and over. The voice turns a corner, and you see the visage of Elias, covered in blood, dragging the missing half of the torso legs. You're shocked for only a brief moment apart from Kenun. When you regain your senses and find yourselves back in the sewage plant with the rest of the coterie, all having witnessed Elias's murder. Solomon, having witnessed Elias's murder from the perspective of a victim, feeling actual fear for the first time in a very long time, a pulse in your chest. What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
I don't know. It all happened, so I don't think Solomon had enough time to think. I think he ran and then died. So he's still trying to piece this all together. Only just at the moment of death, seeing whatever the shadow
Elias.
creature was. Yeah.
And you realize that just as you slipped into death.
Right. He doesn't say anything, but Solomon gets as far away without leaving the group from Elias. And just keeping an eye on him. Because, he's never had a reason to be scared of Elias until now. And he's seen Elias do some crazy stuff that wasn't a hallucination. He persuaded that snake lady very easily to just let him go. So, yeah, he's just kind of pacing in a small little circle, just keeping his eyes on Elias from the other side of the room, or tunnel.
Slip. Felt fear. For you, not the first time, but this is a terrifying to your core kind of fear. You've been killed, brutalized, restrained against your will, and you felt every single emotion. First time, goodness only knows how long you have felt actual, absolute terror. And because of Elias, what are your thoughts and feelings now? You're not Slip.
So, just to double, extra, triple clarify, Elias was the guy who murdered me in the dream?
Yes.
Okay. I think Slip is he's got like mental whiplash from that. Like if his brain had a neck, it'd have a kink in it. He's like, and then he'll slide over towards Elias, who I assume is there with us still.
Yep.
And just kind of try to give him a hug.
Sato. What? No, not yet. Sato. Having been chased down, your flesh pierced against your will, drained of all life, feeling a heartbeat, terror, and all because of Elias, the man standing but a few feet away from you right now. What are your thoughts and feelings right now?
I feel like Sato is touching the scar on his neck that he has, and he's just having a flashback moment of that situation, and then looking at Elias and thinking about what just happened. I feel like he's just on his knees. Huh?
Has it changed your view of Elias in any way?
Yes, a lot, actually. Sato definitely looked at Elias like, oh, who is this? God, someone help him. Who turned this man's? And then after seeing that, it's, oh God, what the fuck was that? What did I just see? I think he's just gonna sit on his knees and just hold his scar, because he's working through his own moment.
Marcelina, you are made of sterner stuff. Having witnessed Elias's rampage, the aftermath of it, looking at the actual victims, seeing how he tore one in half, ripped its head off, and left a family to die. What are your thoughts and feelings now?
Everyone has a past. And she knew vaguely from Elias telling her that he wasn't always the man that he is now. Her one issue really is that a child died. Because that's the one thing she can't abide by. She understands now why he clings so hard to this silly idea of enlightenment. Am I still holding the picture, or did that vanish with the rest of the memory?
Gone.
Okay.
Go back in the control room in the sewage plant now.
Marcelina looks at him but doesn't say anything, and in fact she's going to start looking around the space for either an item, or if she can, now that she's no longer in there, oblivion sight, heightened senses, she's trying to see if there's someone else in here that has maybe tried to do some funny things here.
Don't worry, I got you covered in a moment.
Alright then.
Henoun, how are you thinking and feeling right now, having witnessed the aftermath of an Elias rampage? Does it affect you in any way? Have you got a newfound respect for Elias, or is this simply your point proven?
If anything, the ideas that he has so far formed of Elias have been reinforced. This is exactly in line with what he thought. He's far more concerned about what caused the strange memoryscape, what that's all about, and he's in the same boat of like, no, instant I want a cheese set, I want to look around, what's the vibe here?
Yep. Got you covered, don't worry. Elias, you've witnessed one of the most important turning points of your unlife from the eyes of your victim. Then you had to live through the trauma of having to deal with it, and the loss of a family, absolute terror, feeling of a heart pounding in your chest. What are you thinking and feeling right now?
Elias would have some bloody tears, and it would be quite painful seeing and reliving, and it would be painful experiencing from the other side Elias's murder, and seeing from Elias's victim's point of view the death that put Elias on his path, the death that brought Elias to his sire, begging to be taught, or desiring to be taught, a way to never allow that to happen. Sure, Elias had been... His sire tried to teach about Garconda, and Elias knew of the path and what he should be doing. But it wasn't until he hit rock bottom in this horrible event that he sought out his sire and really dedicated himself to truly embracing.
Coven of Undead look around the control room, finding the controls there, security monitors up and still actively recording, blood spattered over various bits of the wall. You find a man that looks like Sato, curled up in a ball, wearing a mishmash of clothing that he acquired from guards on his rampage through the facility. He seems to have reached a more calm state, but is clearly confused. What would you like to do?
Marcelina will immediately point that out to Canun. There's your boy.
Yeah, Canun kind of steps forward and kneels beside the man, attempting to appear comforting. Offers him a hand.
And he'll still look confused, but he'll take your hand.
Canun just kind of wants to help him up.
He'll keep his eyes flicking between you, Canun, looking to Elias, and this look of terror on his face every single time his eyes flick over to Elias.
After having pointed out the man to Canun, Marcelina is going to continue searching for what caused that sort of memory surge that to be created, if there is an item or, again, Oblivion Sight, heightened senses, all the way activated to try to find a source.
I'll let you have it for free as you see an aura dying down, slowly calming itself, but still pulsing rhythmically around the man that looks like Sato, slowly settling itself down, and you'll be able to work out that whatever this was, it was caused by his awakening. A brief, powerful moment, some kind of flash that is unknown to your kind.
Okay. Marcelina will immediately walk up to the two, but her approach is kind of opposite of her normal demeanor, is as if she's approaching a wounded animal. She's cautious and she's slow, trying to show that she's not threatening. She even tucks her guns away, and approaches and kind of gets down on one knee, looking at the individual, but speaking to Canun. I don't know what your people can do, but that whole thing came from him.
Yeah, the cheese site thing. I would like to activate that, and would I have the same impression there? Like,
You would have an even more detailed impression, and you'll know that the same power that brought him back caused this weird effect, because you were right there. You all caught the brunt of it. If you hadn't have been there, this would have just waved out for goodness only knows how far away from the epicenter and affected all the mortals in a more bizarre fashion and caused devastation on a much larger scale. The fact that you were there to absorb it and all you had to do was go through this memory is something of a blessing in disguise.
okie doke. So yeah, Kenan just calmly, like, holding this person's hand, partially to comfort and partially to make sure they don't, like, run off or anything. And, words, buffering, 1 sec, they're in my head, they just didn't come out of my mouth.
Take your time.
His souls are strong, it seems.
Is there a particular, I don't know, house that is amongst your people that can do this sort of thing, or is this unique to this gentleman?
We shall say... perhaps not unique, but this is not a common thing, I shouldn't think. Regardless, let us get on. We must take him to Koiwa Shrine.
Marcelina is, like, actively whispering so that the others don't hear this conversation between Kanun and her, and says, every time he looks at Elias, he's still scared. I don't know if you want him in a car, a small space with Elias. We might have to do this a different way.
What do you propose?
ST, how far are we away from, like, Marcelina being able to take a car? You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean when you say...
The idea being to split this.
Marcelina, how do you mean take a car?
I mean...
Are we talking GTA style or what?
Well, with as little attention as possible, essentially. Like, if this power plant or whatever has a van or something that they use to bring back thing, you know what I mean? Something like that. Just because to separate the part, because I just don't trust small space and a frightened Gaki unfortunately, with Elias.
Elias could always ride in the trunk.
I don't think that's going to bode well either. Let's try to just have 2 separate cars.
While you guys are having this conversation, sorry, Solomon's just gonna take a look at everybody in the room, and the last person he looks at is Elias. But as he looks around, I'm going to go make sure our friend here was thorough. I will meet you at the car when you're ready to leave. And he doesn't even wait for anybody to stop and argue. He just walks out. And I don't really expect to find anything with Shiv. I'm just trying to leave the group for a minute, because that was a lot.
Get some space.
Yeah. Especially, like, with that happening, Marcelina looks at Canyon and says, I think that perhaps separate cars is the best idea. Not everyone here is as comfortable with death as I am.
I think you know, Marcy, because you've activated, heightened senses and oblivion sight and that. You see this, whatever aura it was around him has deflated now. you know, it would be a logical conclusion of Marcelina comes to that whatever that was, it's not going to happen again anytime soon. This power has faded away. He's probably safe, and he's weakened, and
Yeah.
I
guess
you could easily
so.
pistol
To
whip him
clarify,
if you wanted.
So just to clarify, Marcelina's concern isn't necessarily that the power itself will flare up again. She is concerned that this brand new Gaki, after seeing the way Kanun feeds, she's more like, I don't necessarily want to be stuck in a small space, and you know, with a scared Gaki who could split their face open and consume someone whole.
Yeah,
you know, I like
you know,
just that kind of thing. But if you're saying it's
Marcelina knows a target. Marcelina knows a weakened target, and this guy is weakened. You could easily take him. You know that just by looking.
And for what it's worth,
shit.
Kanun has not let go of this guy's hand, with the sort of impression being he will not let go of this guy's hand.
Okay.
Marcelina is a badass motherfucker. And if this guy even so much as moved a finger in the wrong way towards Elias, she knows she could just shoot it off. And he would have, no offense, Daitro, no leg to stand on.
Sure. So, okay. With that being said, then, say, all right, well, I guess we have places to be, but we should be careful regardless. I'll drive. Perhaps you sit in the back with your friend here. And with that, we'll say, Slip, now would be the time to erase that footage. We gotta go.
We gotta do a lot more than that. There's dudes with no skin hanging from the ceiling and shit.
I don't know that we have that kind of time.
What time is it?
That's a good question. I'll look at my phone to see what time it is. How long till sunrise?
Dawn is not that close, but you're right, Marcelina. We got no chance of being able to clear up this many skinned dead bodies, and get them all, and get to Koiwa Shrine, and get to Temporary Haven.
Yeah, it's just we don't have the time. I know this is more than a Masquerade breach, but that is not.
It's not your problem. It's not your Masquerade breach. Yeah.
Right. So that's essentially what Marcelina's trying to say is, the Camarilla has nothing here. This is a Gaki issue, so they'll have to be the ones to clean it.
Right.
If we had more time, I'd say different, but we just don't, and there's a lot of fucking bodies. We gotta move. So at least, we can deal with at least the cameras, but the bodies, that'll be something maybe Kanun and his people can handle.
Well, as I work for Kanun and his people, I will say this. I can delete the cameras, for sure, didn't happen. Kanun, I'm willing to stay for the evening here and focus on cleaning, and then head back to the Haven. I won't have time to assist you with anything else that happens tonight, but if you'd like, as part of my arrangement with the daimyos, I am happy to stay here and clean this mess for you.
Question, storyteller. Is it safe to assume that since they sent us on this mission, they kind of have, knowing what newborn Gaki are like, they've got people prepped and ready to handle this sort of thing? Yeah, so...
all you'd need to do is when you go to Koiwa Shrine is say, mess sewage plant. I want to do that.
Yeah. So, Kanun looks at Slip and kind of nods in a gesture of thanks, but says, that shouldn't be necessary.
Well, then just the cameras, then. And I'll do that. I'll just wipe the cameras.
I'll let you do that for free. I think we've had enough drama at this point, and I know there's a little bit more coming.
I want to know. Sato is gonna finally stand up after his moment, and really look at this guy. When you say he looks like me, are we speaking from Sato's perspective, Dead Ringer, like,
Yep.
also has the blue eyes,
Yep.
as if he was half American.
Yep.
Is going
Exactly
to
the
look
same
at
in
Kenun.
every detail.
Look at
He's looking
Kenun.
back at you, confused, like, can
Yeah.
I help you, buddy?
Why does he look like me?
That is a good question.
That is a question that I need the answer to.
Let's walk and talk. I imagine eventually, once he's done his thing, will join us as well. But as we're walking, Marcelina's actually gonna grab Sato by the elbow and sort of guide them away. And we'll say, "You said earlier you don't have any siblings. I don't know how old you were when you were turned, but possible kid?"
I assure you, with my tastes, that's not a possibility.
Understood. It's strange. I mean, you're native here, and I imagine this isn't your first run with the Gaki. Do you know things about, their philosophy? This idea of, souls and extra lives and reawakening and all that. I mean, is it possible for a sort of twinning to happen?
ST, can I roll something with this? Because I do have a cult Gaki.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Intelligence and occult, please. And remind me what the question was as well, please.
I'm basically asking, is there something in the sort of philosophy of the Gaki that almost like a cloning can happen, or like a twinning of souls happen, which would allow for this kind of exact replica of Sato?
In that case, no, you can't roll for that, Sato. Sorry, I apologize.
Oh,
That's very much
Oh,
something
shit.
that would be considered a very closely guarded Gaki secret.
Even specialty. All right, I know how to respond to this then.
Okay.
I have studied as much as I'm allowed, given what I am. If there's anything like that, they're not giving it to me.
Watch your back. And Marcelina will let go of their elbow and, start to walk ahead of the group to get to the car.
And Slip will have... While all this is going on, it doesn't take him long to apply his special magic touch, erasing the footage, catching up with the group as you will leave the sewage plant with the newly arisen Gaki in tow and enter into the car. The man is very careful to avoid being close to Elias. As he sits down, he catches a brief sight of himself in the mirror. A look of confusion and terror fills his face as he sits inside the car, followed by the sounds of bones cracking, skin being pulled beyond its limits. It fills the car's interior. As a cursory look at the man, they seem to see his entire appearance changes before their eyes. Elias, finally recognizing him as the man he killed those years ago. Marcelina starts the car and drives along the more quiet roads of Tokyo, heading towards Koiwa Shrine, under Kenun's touch and guidance in the north of Edogawa City. As the neon bright shop lights pass you by, and the burning mercury vapor lights beam down upon you, is there anything you would like to talk about on your journey?
Yeah.
I will.
Buddy.
What
yeah,
was
I'll
that?
just mention that when you guys got to the car, Solomon was already in it.
Cool. Quick question. What the fuck? And is full gesturing to the new individual. but eyes in rear view, looking at Canoon. Is that a thing y'all do too? Do y'all shapeshift? Is that a thing?
Kenan just kind of shrugs.
You are so incredibly unhelpful. Okay.
At that, he sort of halfway bows.
Well, I mean, considering what else the Gaki are capable of, that we've seen from our friend here, giving a slight nod to Kenan, I can imagine that they have similar abilities, if not more varied, than the Zemixi. And I've known of Zemixi that tend to change their appearance on a whim. He might still be getting used to it, so he's changing into faces he sees. Or has seen.
He looked like that. He looked like me when he first woke up. And now he looks like someone I don't fucking know.
Well, we were the first people to see him when he woke up.
Elias would wipe some blood off his face and say, he looks like the friend that Elias, that I killed, that I murdered.
And he will, as those words leave Elias's mouth, Kenan will feel, assuming they're still holding hands for guidance and care.
Yes.
It'll tighten around Kenan's own hand.
Kenan just sort of gives the guy's hand a comforting squeeze and says, "For what it's worth, not all who breathe their second breath find themselves returning to their own bodies."
Right. What's your name, friend?
Elias, what was the name of the guy you killed?
Bob, don't know.
It wasn't written on his fucking sheet. Ivor Biggin.
No, let's say Elias's friend was Perrin.
Pardon?
Perrin. Perrin. Perrin.
There we go.
Sounds like the name of a fucking sparkling water.
Hey,
fine.
no, I like
His
that
name will be Shiver.
His name is Perrin.
Perrin, nice to meet you. Right. So, this is a little weird. You don't...
There? Is this...
Not heaven, darling.
Why is...
All shall be explained.
He'll just start.
Never fear, there's plenty of time to learn.
Just start looking up. Is this China?
Japan. Do you remember anything?
He'll just fixate his gaze on Elias and start looking out the window again.
I understand. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna get to where we're going, and we'll fucking deal what comes next when it comes. And she's gonna start to speed.
Hey, Elias, are you good, buddy?
Well, Slip. No. I'm quite shaky. Those memories are some of the most painful.
Right. Well,
When I gained those memories, it was a great deal.
I can tell you started a very, you started a cult afterwards. So, look, I want you to know, I think most kindred in the car have had some sort of accident. Maybe not as extensive as yours, and depending on how old they are, it happens. But somewhere around the first decade, virtually everybody accidentally kills somebody. Not that it's okay, and it's not tragic, and your emotions aren't invalidated by that fact. I just want you to know, I've done a lot of cleaning. It's not just you.
The minute that Slip says, like, everyone's had accidents, Marcelina raises a brow because none of her kills have been by accident. But she, lets him have that one.
Have you really not killed during feeding?
No, I've killed during feeding.
Oh.
It's not by accident.
It's not by accident, though.
Yeah. His argument is...
Yeah.
Right. So you have to be trying to avoid it to have an oops. So fair?
Marcelina's like, hey, if they die, they die. So she's like...
Because of the sins and accidents of my past, the taint of my soul, that is why I've endeavored to become a saint, to cleanse my soul, and to achieve Galconda.
Well,
Hanun ain't saying anything, but his face is especially flat right now.
Can't
that hand
help
gripping
you with
yours
that.
is especially tighter right now as well, given how everyone's fawning over Elias and his murder victim is right there.
Yeah.
Well, I can't help you with that. But if you need to talk, I'm available.
What's this wee business?
Thank you.
I'm not fawning over Elias.
And, Perrin, would you like a hug?
No, Elias, no, maybe not you. Maybe not you. Maybe let them deal with that,
Yeah, no.
Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to make amends.
A hug ain't it, though. I'll tell you that. A hug
you
ain't
just
gonna
give-
Trust me.
This
you give this
is
guy the
not
worst kind
the
of hug.
time.
Yeah, I think maybe we wait.
I'm sorry, Perrin. I understand if you don't want to speak to me.
Why would he look like Sato? He's fucking Perrin. It doesn't make
I mean, it's not
He's
Perrin,
making
though.
me kill him. You're all witnessing it. He's really pushing me this week, isn't he? Last week it was all, I don't want to die now.
I mean, okay, but that's not Perrin, though. That's another... it wasn't Sato, it wasn't Perrin, it's... who knows?
I just...
Have we thought of maybe asking him what his name?
I did.
He told you,
He
and he
said
said his
Perrin.
name is Perrin.
He told his name is Perrin.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry,
He's got
I
a
thought you
foolish,
asked Elias.
He's got a foolish little brother called Merry.
No, I had asked directly. I had asked Perrin what his name was. Yeah, I didn't ask.
I thought you asked. Okay, I thought you asked Elias who the guy's name was.
No. I think he is actually Perrin. How that shit works, I don't know. Why he looked like Sato first, I even more so don't fucking know. Considering that Elias isn't. I mean, was Perrin from here originally and then moved to where Elias is originally from? I don't know.
Just so very... Oh, sorry.
Wouldn't he have given Perrin the bad suck like a long time ago, though?
Yeah, which is why it makes it fucking weird.
Why do you have to call it that?
Because that's what it is, buddy. I hope it's not Perrin, then. I really just hope it's like some weird first night shit going on right now.
Just, like, I know everyone's kind of been, well, for the most part, a bit tiptoey with the Cryjin and whatnot. But just from wherever he's sitting in the car, Solomon's going to speak up to Kenun. Can your people turn in, can your people turn into dead people?
I'm sorry?
Like, channel from the...
Wow.
I'm blanking. What's the... my World of Darkness people, what's the place where spirits are?
Shadowlands.
That one. Can you... do you have some
My World
special,
of
or
Darkness people!
Well, I'm Shiv and Noskavian.
I would have known. Give me a second.
Softer than
Slip
them.
would have known!
Whatever. Do you have... Is there some connection maybe a group of yours has with the Shadowlands and can... I mean, I know, Sato, you're technically dead, but you're not actually dead. But we're pretty sure that Perrin, gesturing at the man in the car, was dead because we all died like he did. Most of us died like he did. I'm just saying you all are very quick to just assume that it is the person. And while on the surface it might be, I still think this is some weird gawky shit.
Well, I can almost assure you it's
That's what
somebody
I'm saying. Like some weird first night, oops, can't turn it off yet stuff, like...
I did say not all who breathe their second breath return to the same body that they left.
Yeah, but you say a lot of stuff that's just vague, so that doesn't help.
Yeah,
By default, if you open
I beg your pardon, it's not my fault if you don't understand.
that sounds
Why
like
was
a
the
very...
first body mine?
Because you're a cutie.
If Sato
mean,
could blush, he would.
Can you...
Ralph's checking you can blush life.
believe... Yeah, literally. Kenun, that sounds like a very, poetic and, misdirectioning way of saying yes to everything I just maybe said.
You have said a lot of things.
I know, and most of them are right.
You would believe that.
There it is. He's talking, but he's not saying anything. Come on, man. We're trying to help you.
Incredible.
If you wish to receive better answers, perhaps try asking better questions.
Oh, that's a cop-out. I don't think that's going to happen at all.
Wisdom comes to those who seek it, and seek it well.
I've sought it for years,
Kenun-
and you guys have never given anything.
I mean, I know that you Gaki are all mysterious and whatnot, but did you work at a fortune cookie factory? In your living life.
While the player is laughing, Kenun's face just does not twitch. There is no change of expression and just a flat no.
Solomon, I don't think that's a very polite thing to say.
I don't know that really this is at all gonna help. It has been clear to me, and I think it should be clear to everyone else, that Kenun isn't gonna offer any actual information to us because we're not Gaki, right? We're like devils in disguise, right? That's what's happening. I guess we're not quite disguised, but we're a problem, and so helping us while we're trying to help you is
Well,
not
dare
the
I say, I am not trying to be difficult here. I am answering the questions you ask in the best and most accurate way that I can.
Kenun, I would like to
Yes,
say
the
that
fortune cookie factory.
I certainly appreciate your knowledge and wisdom, and thank you for it.
I should like to speak with you on the subject of wisdom at some point, Elias.
If Marcelina's head could do a
Oh.
fucking 360 right now, it would. Like, fucking
All right.
like.
All right,
I can, and I'm tempted.
Canoon. I'm going to ask a question as flat as possible on a scale of 1 to 10. How likely is it that this is actually Perrin?
Quite likely, I should think.
Not a number, but I'll take it. So like a 7 or a 6.
Sure.
It's
As I told our dear friend Sato earlier, when I found myself breathing my second breath, it was after I had already been hanged and burned. If he came back differently, in a different form, well, perhaps such things simply happen sometimes.
that still doesn't explain the fact that he, pointing at Perrin, was him pointing at Sato. Because as undead as Sato is, he didn't... Never mind.
I thank you for your faith in my wisdom, but I fear this is beyond even my knowledge.
If Marcelina's eyes could, like, roll all the way to the back of her head, they would in this moment. Like, just the whole scenario, she's like, what? You know, full fucking possession would be happening in the front seat right now.
See,
But it
what
says she
I'm
can
picturing...
speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's happening really is this scientist who's trying to figure out this occult thing that he might know about is what's happening, and instead of talking to a person, he's just shaking an 8-ball. and he's not getting the answer that he needs. And it's just like, you're a person, tell me what I need to know. And it's like, sorry, try again later.
At this point, I was like, if this fucking temple don't show the fuck up, I'm gonna run this car over a bridge.
Where the fuck is the temple?
Car arrives outside the shrine. A
Yes,
small
thank you.
cutaway of nature within the heavily developed city. A torii stands over the entrance with perfectly clean concrete steps lined with grass, bushes, and trees marking a way forward. Kenon leaves the car, gesturing for the coterie to wait for him there. They watch as several men and women walk down the steps to meet with Kenon and the new arrival. As you watch the exchange happening, is there anything you'd like to talk about with this brief moment of privacy you've been afforded away from the prying ears and eyes of the Gaki?
We got to get the fuck up out of here. We have to. Because
I
this
miss my
is...
lab.
I've never had such conflicted feelings in my life.
It's too much. You know, and it doesn't actually have anything to do with us. I don't... Why are we here? Why do they need us? You know what I mean? Like, this, I thought... I don't know what I thought. I thought we'd be needed for something else. Something that maybe pertained to us and our kind. Like, getting a fucking item for them. I don't know. But this? What the fuck is this?
Well, this is like a pick-up drop-off, like we're done, right? We just Ubered Gaki'd their thing to them, and now we can leave?
God, I hope so.
I think Ken-hoon has to come back with us.
Fucking kill me. Oh.
Well, I mean, that's fine. We seem to be able to...
So we
at
just
least
wait out
speak
here, right?
around him. Yeah.
Alright.
Elias?
Yes. Huh. What is it?
You're not that same person anymore. As Slip said, it was a mistake, right?
Of course, it was a mistake. It was not, it was a loss of control. A loss of control, a horrible mistake, a horrible act. Something to never be repeated again.
You are particularly vulnerable. Not just because of what you are, but because of how you cling to that moment of your past. And I understand you use it as a motivator to not repeat an action, but at some point, Elias, you have to let it go. Because it's going to be used against you as a weapon.
I don't think it's something that's going to be used against me. It's something that I don't. It's not something that holds me back. It's something that helps me anchor myself. It's
Okay, right. So I agree, sort of. So here's the thing. I've said this before. I'll say it again. You gotta stop talking about this shit around the Gaki. It's cool that like that's your thing, and I'm with that. That's neat. Hey, get help others. Sure, maybe not around Kenun because eventually he's just gonna full dinosaur eat you.
Duck.
Who said that?
God, I don't fucking know. Look, my point is this, Elias. I understand, as I said, it's your motivator, but I don't know how to put this to you, but it's not doing you as much help as you think. Because this is the reality, right? You're kindred. And you can try to find enlightenment and you know, get it right, but you're not gonna always be able to control. There's just too many things that can contribute to that are beyond you. That's what
Yes.
I mean when I say it could be used against you.
There are many things beyond me and beyond my control. But the one thing I will achieve is enlightenment.
Not if you die first.
Elias would turn around and stare daggers at Slip. Death is required.
Yeah, but there's other fucking requirements to come first, right? Like that's the final step, not like the first one, right? And if you keep talking about this shit around the wrong people, they're gonna skip every other fucking step you want to stop off at and put your ass in a belly. Then you're done.
Sometimes it's Slip, sometimes it is the final step. Sometimes it's merely the beginning.
Look,
What?
Elias, I mean, I know that we had a lot of shit go down this evening, and we've got a lot to talk about. But I thought we broke through, with you at least, the whole talking in riddles thing. and now that we're having to do it with the Gaki, I feel like it would be appreciated by everyone in attendance here if you stopped doing it as well. Because I know you understand what we mean not to talk in riddles. It'd be much appreciated. I'm sorry, I do not mean to direct my frustration at you.
My apologies, Solomon. I didn't mean to talk in riddles. It's just when one talks about spiritual endeavors, sometimes it can be difficult to explain it with science.
I'm an undead living monstrosity. I know.
Okay.
Look,
I mean, this.
oh, go ahead, Slip. Sorry.
I was going to say the science behind it is a little more simple in some terms. I'm not saying that like your things are bad. I just want you to be safe. And I'm telling you, the Gaki get furious about this stuff. I just want you to be safe. That's it. I'm not saying don't talk about it anymore, but maybe not around, the fortune cookie, right?
Yeah, yes, I understand that. I've talked to them before, and I've made it clear that whatever false path was taken that caused so much damage to their people is not the path I intend to take. Whatever path I intend to take will be one of benevolence. Even if it means my own demise.
Okay.
Kenon
I
gives a
guess if
bow. Sorry, Sato, go ahead.
Oh, there was just one last line of under his breath. I guess if you've come to terms with it.
Kenon gives a deep bow to the gathered Gaki, who return the bow with a slightly shallower one. He turns on his heels and enters into the car on his own. Marcelina starts the engine and begins driving them back to the haven. The car drives back towards Edogawa City in a temporary haven, making its way about halfway there along the fairly quiet streets when they join a traffic jam, an odd sight at this time of night even in Tokyo. Kenon leans out of the car to look ahead and can see a checkpoint has been set up. Koshi needs to plan on how to get through the roadblock and get away without arousing suspicions.
Do I see like drones in the air?
No drones.
No drones. Is it just look like local police, or does this look like this might be something like a little more official?
Wits and awareness, please.
Sure. 6, it's a crit.
Well, for that, you'll see that there are only a couple of Japanese police officers that are standing in front of the roadblock. They're mostly there just to pull cars over. But what really catches your attention? The 8 agents dressed in extremely expensive black suits and sunglasses like G-men. And you know instinctively, it's the TID.
Oh,
It's a TID checkpoint. We do not want to go through that checkpoint.
How close are we to the house? Hold on a second. How close are we to the house? To the temporary house? Huh?
About halfway.
Okay. Shit.
is there another way around?
Maybe on foot.
Are there cars behind us?
1 or 2, nothing. You're not packed in yet.
Okay.
Maybe we should try to back up before we're packed in.
Fuck me.
Maybe.
Which direction are the agents looking?
At the moment, they're only concerned with 1 or 2 cars that are actually right by the roadblock. So they're a good 15, 20 feet away from you.
Yes, perhaps now is a good time for a U-turn.
Mm-hmm. So Marcelina is going to begin to make that U-turn. Yeah. She's going to begin to move.
Be able to successfully maneuver the vehicle, turning it around, without drawing too much attention to yourselves. You take a peek in the rear view mirror and notice that the TID agents do seem to notice the vehicle going away, but you know that you'll be too far away for them to be able to catch sight of anything that could identify the car. License plate, for instance. Slip, wits and awareness, please.
Or does ambush's specialty apply to this at all?
No.
I'm going to re-roll 3 of those.
Much better.
5.
Slip. Having a bit more experience in this kind of thing, being someone who would trail other people before, pays attention to the sky. And it is then that he catches sight of a very small, almost camouflaged drone in pursuit of the vehicle.
All right, we got a drone. Can someone roll a window down, please?
Elias would start rolling the window down. Oh, I guess it's electric.
Window, not a vibrator, Solomon.
Yeah, I will have, because driver's side has like all of the window buttons there. We'll immediately bring one down. Obviously, the one close.
Literally, he's just gonna. Does anyone have a problem with me bringing down the drone following us with the swarm?
Absolutely not. Take it out of the sky.
I mean, you might as well. Hide your face, though, if you can.
I won't need to leave the car.
Got it.
Sato does, though, look away.
He doesn't even lift his shirt up this time. He just kind of opens his mouth and they start exiting out his throat. I will attempt to send the swarm to take the drone down.
Roll for me, please. Unliving Hive.
Sure. Rouse check?
Side note.
Rouse check, yeah.
Side note. That's fucking gross.
It is fucking gross. There's huge ass wasps coming out of this man's mouth.
And this is why Sato looked away.
I don't believe Kenun's seen this before, and his reaction is, full of bees.
Big ass fucking hornet. Yeah.
What's the role associated with Unliving Hive? Is it?
I gotta
Mutation,
get the
animal
pool myself. I don't know. It's discipline something else, I think. I thought I had it written down, and I don't. Oh, it might just be feral whispers, and then it just works on bees.
That's manipulation and animalism.
Manipulation and discipline. Okay, I will do that.
While he's doing that, Marcelina's actually going to be looking for, as we're driving, looking for a different car, a different van, or something that carry as many people.
Any kind of problem, you'll be passing by many parked vehicles. There'll be vehicles already in transit that you rip them out of the car. That's not a problem whatsoever.
I'm going to try to do this quiet though. So
Well, first of
I'm
all,
looking for
Slip,
an empty parked car.
Slip successfully wills the insects inside of his chest cavity out into the sky that you watch envelop the drone, slowly bringing it down as it overheats and falls to the floor. Marcelina pulls the car to one side, encouraging everyone to leave, making not too much of a scene, as they've already brought too much attention to themselves, and approaches a parked vehicle. Dexterity larceny, please, Marcelina.
Okay. I'm gonna re-roll. I'm gonna re-roll 3 of those.
Fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fine. Marcelina skillfully smashes the window, being sure not to break a hand or skin, unlocks it and allows the coterie entry inside, and finds a new alternative route towards the haven. Is there anything you'd like to talk about?
Real quick, while she's getting us a new car, Did the drone go down close enough to where Slip can go over and interact with it with his face mask up on it?
Stealth and dexterity, please.
Sure.
Just to flavor that, Marcelina actually takes off the sort of jacket she's wearing, and she puts that over the window, and that's how she smashes it without cutting anything. She gets in and she begins to sort of like rip the innards of the car and starts to hotwire it because she doesn't have the keys. She hotwires the car on and says, "Get in."
I'm gonna blood search for this. To be clear.
Okay. Gain a hunger.
Okay.
You're absolutely getting that drone. You walk out into the middle of the street. Sorry? Yep.
I was going to say, I'm not just taking it and tucking it. I would like to disable trackers, camera. I want this thing safe to bring with me. I don't want to just bring it with me.
For a critical, you can absolutely do all of that as you walk into the middle of the busy street, stopping cars in your wake, jumping over them, without drawing too much, not literally jumping over them, jumping in front of them, to a feigned shock from being run over. Approach the drone, and being sure to guide the insects away from different segments of it. It's not to expose yourself, but to expose the inner wirings of it. You disable the camera, the tracker, and the power source, and you're able to safely put it in your pocket and catch up with Marcelina and the rest of the coterie in the car.
Yeah, once everybody's in, get moving. And we'll find a different route to get to the temporary haven, but Marcelina says that is far too close for comfort. They're still a few miles off from the haven, but too close.
Way too close.
Indeed.
Yeah, which is why when we deal with them, our utmost care.
Right. I think I need to upgrade some things before we head to this tower.
Bless you.
Oh. I heard the word upgrade, but I don't know what you mean.
Something that will aid us when we're in the tower itself. I will drop some plans, and we can discuss it, Slave.
Plans, I like that. Plans are good. Absolutely, I agree.
Good. Yeah, she'll make her way to the haven. Being extra careful to keep an eye out for any, following cars, peek up at the sky every once in a while.
No problem. You'll be able to make your way back to the haven with your new car, parking it in such a way so as no one is able to see that that window is gone. Make your way inside. Is there anything you'd like to talk about before you retire for your day sleep?
Sato, you wanted to talk to me.
Yes. Come with me. And I'm going to try to get Slip away from whether it's outside, into another room, away from everyone else.
Yeah, you'll be able to find a nice quiet place inside of the house, away from anyone.
I am
To the best of your knowledge.
preemptively, before anyone else can talk, I am keeping an eye and an ear out for Snoopy Snooze.
I was going to say, as am I. The minute I have a Slip kind of alone. Look, I don't really think we've talked since the day I showed up at your other haven because the alarm went off. A lot of things have happened, and I've gotten dragged into a lot of this and put in a position that I'm not okay with. And shockingly enough, I'm fine with it. What I'm not fine with is the fact that, well, that's wrong. That's not what I should say. I'm not. So you have some new friends, I guess.
Are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. It's not at you either. It's, you know how long it was that it was sort of just, you and me, and I don't think I ever had to deal with other people, I don't know, being near you, and it is an interesting emotion.
All right. Well, here's the thing. When Flimsy Land blew up, they're the reason I made it to someplace safe before the sun came up. So I'm happy to help them, but you know, Slip, old dirty boy. I played all the fields. Clan Nosferatu for life, and all that.
Fair.
So I'm helping like everybody because no one gives a two flying fucks what I do after this. Like they're here now. That's great. I'll help the mother here. Same thing with the Gaki. And if either side or both side leave at some point, fuck it. I'll still be here and I'll help whoever's next. That's like the thing. You upset that like I'm working with them?
No. You actually have me embarrassed now. God, I feel like I'm a fucking mortal.
Wait.
Don't you? Shut up.
Wait. Are you jealous?
No, I'm... Look, maybe I was a little frustrated, I guess. I don't know. Elias, I don't mind as much because he's, well, him, although now tonight's a little weird, but that other Nos, just the cuddle puddle thing, I'm just...
Well, okay, so Elias, I'll agree, is the most harmless, actually harmful thing in the coterie. Like, it's both. At the same time, I don't fucking get it. But I don't think if he gets us all dusted, he'll mean to do it. So I give him a point for that. As far as the cuddle puddle thing goes, look, I actually intend to talk to her about some things, because I don't know what the cuddle puddle is about, or her talking to the fucking ceiling half the time.
Does she do that?
I'll let you know. Or maybe I won't, depending on how that conversation goes. This might not be for non-clan ears. She's just looking out for me. I'm a younger Nos. She's much older from what I gleaned from another conversation she had with another guy.
Really?
Yeah, there's not a lot of Nosferatu on the island, so when we do gather and have a conversation, I tend to just be quiet and listen. And yeah, here's the thing. The Nosferatu Primogen was there, and she basically said, "Square up, pussy," and then he didn't, so she is old.
Oh, that...
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Huh. I think you've just reminded me that I don't think I've ever found a Tremere Primogen. At least I've never met them. Or tried to.
So, plus I haven't had a lot of interactions with my clan in general. And she's a weird one, but if I can get past it, that'll be 3. That'll be 3 whole Nosferatu, really, that I've interacted with in a meaningful capacity. So, I'm sorry if that makes you feel like a little squeezy.
I know, I just want to know that... And Sato actually stops talking and just, with his hand, points at Slit, points at himself, and then just sort of, like, throws his hands up, like he just stops being able to talk for a second.
Yeah, I don't think it's like that. First of all, I'm full of bees. And they're the size of shoes, so...
I think they're cute.
Right there, that's why you won't look at me when I... Sure, they're cute, sure. But it's okay, I think everyone else has that kind of reaction. And then, on top of that, I don't think she's old enough... Well, okay, I think she is too old to maybe have that capacity left for, like, those kinds of feelings. Plus, I think it's literally like the age difference is more like I don't think you have anything to fucking worry about. I'm not gonna lie. She treats me like a fucking child. Don't worry.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, plus I've known you for a long time. I just fucking met these people, and I'm pretty sure half of them would kill me, despite how useful I am, just for the kicks. So don't worry about it.
I am worried about that. Well, that's specifically. Them killing
me too.
I'm not a...
I'm worried about them killing me too. That's why I make them things, and I bring them boxes full of rats and shit, you know?
That's fair. Okay.
Look, I'm an Nosferatu on an island full of gaki, and I am so acclimated to groveling like a worm. I'm past the point of pride. Don't worry, I will keep myself ingratiated to these people till they are finished with me. Then I'll beg for mercy and disappear off into the night, and I'll meet up with you later, alright?
Okay.
Alright. Be good.
We're good.
Great.
And I'm still staying in the closet with you.
Yes, I was going to say, let's go get in Marcelina's closet.
Speaking of Marcelina.
Yeah.
Stealth. Wits. Slip. Something in insight.
For what?
Wits and insight.
Oh.
Marcelina, you may apply your speciality of stealth against kindred for this role.
I'm a reroll.
Oh.
Would my specialty in ambushes shift it to awareness, maybe?
No, because I'm not ambushing. To be specific, right? Marcelina, she's not being aggressive at all. This is purely curiosity and fascination with the idea of this kind of relationship, things she can't feel. And so that's what it is. It's not at all aggressive or mean or cruel or anything. It's purely fascination that she wants to overhear this.
Well, I got a 1.
Oh, okay, was this wits and awareness? Sato was also paying attention.
Wits and insight.
Yeah, insight. Yeah.
Fuck. Alright.
Yeah, same. I was like, fruit shit!
Oh!
Oh!
I'm afraid that goes to Sato, who would have noticed Marcelina trying to eavesdrop.
Literally, if you would, the way I imagine this is that they're like in the backyard or some shit, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Marcelina would be like leaning up against, I don't know, fucking door frame or near a window, and literally make eye contact with Sato after hearing all this, and just smile at them. And when they
Sato
say, we're gonna go in Marcelina's closet, is when she would...
Marcelina might have seen them talking, but she would not have been able to hear any of the juicy goss, I'm afraid.
Okay, well that's fine. Regardless, there will be a little smile exchanged. That's a lie, not a little smile, a big smile. Almost like looking at a shark. And then we'll Marcelina will turn around and go up to her room, leave the door open for them, and just
A car to
lean
shop.
back on the bed.
Do.
Yeah, literally. And we'll just, cross the legs on the bed and just fucking wait for them to come in,
Very well. And at that, we shall call an end to this week. Oh, Solomon, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can I steal Elias for a minute?
Of course.
Well, they're all doing their teenager eavesdropping gossip session downstairs. Or wherever
Over in the
they're at.
feelings corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal. I'm not gonna try and go anywhere to try and hide our conversation, but I would take Elias if he's willing. Sorry, I thought I just felt a spider crawling on me and I freaked out for a second.
Would you like to take Elias in the closet as well?
You know what? Just to stay on brand, yeah, I'll take Elias in the closet.
Okay.
Elias,
Solomon, this is a rather spacious closet, but what's in here that you need to show me?
Well, no, there's nothing in this closet. It's just everyone is having private conversations in closets, so I'm just sticking to a pattern here. I'm sorry for my over hostility and averseness to being around you after our adventure tonight. I know that you've been very open and sparing, that you are not the kind to do what's happened then again. It's just that, like Slip said, everybody has their origin story to say, but mine was not as violent, and probably the most opposite to what happened to you. And so when I experienced it, it hit very differently than I imagined it did for anybody else. But other than that, I just wanted to make sure that if there's anything else you wanted to share, because I know it's very difficult being hounded about secrets by 5 different people all at once in a moving vehicle. I wanted to make sure that if you have anything else that you would like to bring to light, so that way it might not be as a surprise later on, it might be a good idea to do so.
Well, I agree. That was certainly a traumatic memory.
A little bit.
Yes, I was quite taken back and stunned myself. It's difficult reliving that memory. I'm sorry everyone else had to experience that.
I've got one more question. Is your
Yes.
name really Elias?
Of course it is. Why would you ask me that?
ST question, are you lying?
Yes.
Manipulation and subterfuge, please. Solomon, intelligence and insight.
I might have a chance at this.
I
I love how
ask
you thought, oh shit, it's the ST. What can I say to get out of this? Yes, I'm lying.
I'm going to, because I have a reason why I'm bringing this up, so I'm also going to.
Okay, both of
That
you
was
gain a
manipulation
tongue
and
cut.
subterfuge.
Manipulation and subterfuge. Solomon is
2 kindred.
intelligence and insight.
2 feet apart in a closet.
Wait,
Getting
did Elias
very, very hungry.
rouse for this?
They both roused, yep. Sticking with it?
I haven't used any of my willpower tonight, so I'll willpower reroll.
I will willpower you all too.
Potential crits are on the table. Solomon and Messi.
No.
I'm imagining that I'm imagining Elias trying so hard to keep a straight face as he's like, why would you even ask me that? And then fucking Solomon just going very still and looking directly in his eyes.
The other feelings corner.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Crap. I guess it's too late to say so.
What?
I have a perk called Underestimated. There is something about you that makes others underestimate you, whether this is based on reputation, physical characteristics, or other judgments. You are not taken as seriously as you should be. This increases the difficulty of attempts to intimidate others, but also makes you more difficult to read on insight checks. Insight checks against your true intentions or capability. Would that apply?
Yeah.
I'm all for him using that, but
Yeah.
how would that work on a contested roll?
Kind of call it like a cold shot. You'd need to get a extra amount of successes over whatever Elias got to succeed.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Hold on, let me just so you can see the whole thing.
But technically he did get over.
Only by 1. It
Oh,
depends
I
on.
see.
It depends on what the margin needed is, Elias.
Unfortunately, it doesn't say, so I don't know if that means it's based on the dots I put in it, which is just 1, or not. I'm not sure.
Curse
We'll go
you,
with the number
bully,
of
and your
difficulty,
helpful
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, we'll go with the dots I put in. In which case, that would make it a draw. And Elias, being, for all intents and purposes, the aggressor as the lying party, wins. Solomon, as far as you can tell, Elias is telling you the truth. Though you might still be somewhat suspect of him.
Like Rissa said, Solomon's very, stillness, and his eyes just narrow a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll reach out and put a hand on Elias's shoulder. All right, but like Slip said, if you ever need to talk about anything, I know I've always tried to be a little bit less abrasive than the others, with you at least. So, have a good sleep, Elias.
Of course, Solomon. I certainly appreciate your friendship.
And then he does that thing where he slides Solomon slides the closet door open to leave, but realizes he has to pass by Elias to get out, and he's like, "No, after you. No, after you. No, after."
All right, Solomon. We'll just exit the closet together.
Both get stuck in the doorway as we go shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise and John Travolta stepping out of the closet together.
6'5" or something crazy like that. I'm just imagining stuck in the doorway. Fuck.
And you will all rest for the day ahead. And that will bring a close to this week's Nihon Nights. Thank you all for coming and watching. Thank you for coming and playing. All of our characters have been made with the use of Bully's unofficial player's guide for V5, which you can find, link in chat, probably about 30 seconds ago, because syncing, what is it? We don't know. That said, Marcelina, who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I do things. I do TTRPGs here on Table of Horrors, and soon to be on Twitch, Lanyap Gaming, and possibly on some other projects coming up. If you would like to get updates on that type of thing, Twitter is the place to follow me, but you can find me on all social medias as the Risa Rave. And yes, that is what I do.
Wonderful. Slip! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I am Vampire Father on Twitter. I'm Vamp Daddy here on Twitch. I variety stream, and I fuck around here on Fridays.
Rin! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out, Hedgehog Husband.
I am Softonomicon. I am a variety streamer. I do art and video games for most of the week. And on Fridays, I'm either here as Sato Rin, or I'm just in the chat hanging out and watching you all. And I am Shiv's Hedgehog Husband, and I love him dearly.
Damn right. I love you too, honey bunny.
So is Slip the one that should be jealous?
No, that's metagaming.
That's
Oh.
meta.
Our special guest, Kenoon! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Hi, I'm blip, blip, blip.
That's
Never
easy
mind.
for you
I
to
don't
say.
do anything. I don't
Nailed
exist.
It. Yes.
I don't exist. I don't do anything. Nope. Certainly not playing video games over at Daybreakathon on Twitch, and I have not written novels that you can actually buy. Nope.
Why does it work if you say, I haven't done this?
Internet rules.
Fair. Elias! Who actually are you? What do you actually do? Do you actually do things? Let's actually find out.
I go by Nascavian, and you can actually see me playing with Table of Horrors every Friday, playing VTM or whatever else we decided.
Solomon! Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I'm Solomon. I also go by NitroTypeAt, anywhere that you can find at NitroTypeAt. And I also fuck around here on Fridays, but I don't find out much, so.
That's fair. I think that's everything. Check out the links down below for a link to Discord, where you can join our play-by-post that's ongoing. You can follow us on Twitter, find YouTube for older episodes and other games that we play. Next week! That is next week. On the 2nd at 9:30 a.m. JST. Translate your time zone. I don't know. I'm not time zones. We are starting off London After First Light, our secondary VTM game, and Nihon Nights as per usual next week. Usual time, usual space, usual place. I think that's everything, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we will go raiding on God. Person we're going to raid God.
Raiding God?
He
Oh dear.
streams? I know he streamed on
Yeah,
Twitch.
we'll go raiding on God.
Oh yeah, let's go raid them.
Oh, there we go. We'll go raiding on Roleplay Knights, who are playing Vampire the Masquerade. It seems they're just
Yay.
starting as well, so that's good timing. But, of course, we
Nice.
can't legally go until Elias says the line.
Have a good night.